Good morning. The hearing board of the South Coast Air Quality Management District is in session. Today is Thursday, December 20th, 2018. The time is 9:05 a.m. and we are meeting in the hearing board room in Diamond Bar. We have one hearing on the calendar for today and our hearing board general meeting, which we will take up after our regular calendar. And the hearing we have today is City of San Bernardino Municipal Water Department, case number 6124-1 for a regular variance. And who is representing the City of San Bernardino today?
Good morning. Mike Vergara with Somac Simmons and Dunn. And also with me today is my associate, Allison Ackerman.
Can you please spell your name for the record?
I assume you mean my last name, and it's
yes, please.
it's V as in Victor, E-R-G-A-R-A.
Vergara.
Yes.
Okay. And Miss Ackerman.
Ackerman. Yes. A-C.
I'm
sorry. I'll wait for you to ask your question.
How do you spell the name?
I say this all the time in deposition. I'm committing the very foul I always advise against. A-C-K-E-R-M-A-N. Ackerman. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. And who is representing the executive officer today?
Sherry Hani-Zavara on behalf of the executive officer.
Thank you very much. Before we begin, we have a number of exhibits that were left for us, and I understand petitioner would like to have the exhibits marked as they are attached to the petition as well.
That's correct, Madam Chair. Yes.
So we have exhibits 1 through 10, I believe. Yes, 10. That are attached to the petition. So we're going to mark those exhibits 1 through 10 as they appear in the petition. In addition, we've received a revised schedule of increments of progress from petitioner, and we will mark that as Exhibit 11 for petitioner. And we have also received a PowerPoint presentation from petitioner, and we will mark that as Exhibit number 12. In addition, we also received one exhibit from the district, and that is proposed variance conditions, and we will mark that as Exhibit A for the district. And then before I ask for opening statements, I'm going to ask everyone who wishes to testify today, including any member of the public, to please rise at this time to be sworn in. Please raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Okay. Mr. Vergara, your opening statement, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to the board, let me say thank you for scheduling this hearing. I know we're at the threshold of the holidays, and by the way, happy holidays. So on behalf of the San Bernardino Municipal Water Department, thank you. The San Bernardino Municipal Water Department operates a water reclamation plant in the city of San Bernardino. The reason we're here is because in approximately a week and a half, on January 1, 2019, 5 internal combustion engines used by the plant will be in violation of Rule 1110.2. Those engines are essential to the operation and treatment at the plant, and they all utilize digester gas, as fuel. We are here today seeking a regular variance, allowing the department sufficient time to construct a project that will enable the department to operate the 5 engines in full compliance with Rule 1110.2. If this request seems a little deja vu or we've been here before, it's because 6 months ago, Eastern Municipal Water District was here before this very board seeking a similar variance under similar circumstances for a wastewater treatment plant that they operate. That variance, by the way, was granted. How the department got here is thoroughly documented in our, what I understand is our too long petition. But this morning we have 3 witnesses we intend to call who will provide further explanation for why it is the department finds itself in this predicament, and how it expects to achieve full compliance. Our first witness is Miguel Guerrero, who serves as the department's general manager. Mr. Guerrero will explain the relationship between the city of San Bernardino and the department. He will also discuss the governance and financing of the department and explain the essential public service that the plant provides to its service area. Our second witness is Kevin Stewart, who serves as Director of Water Reclamation at the plant. Mr. Stewart will discuss the critical role that the 5 engines that we're seeking the variance for play in the treatment process at the plant. He will discuss the ultimate failure of the partial oxidation gas turbine, or POGT, development project, which the department hosted, and by the way, was supported by SCAQMD and the California Energy Commission for a total expenditure, we estimated about $2.5 million. $875,000 of that amount was provided by the department. And he will also discuss how the department intends to construct a project, a fuel cell project, that will allow it to be in compliance with Rule 1011.2. Our third witness is Jennifer Shepherdson, Director of Environmental and Regulatory Compliance. Ms. Shepherdson will testify regarding emission calculations used in support of the petition and the permit conditions and rule provisions from which the department seeks variance. We do have other witnesses here that were sworn in, and depending on questions from the board members, they will be prepared to testify. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vergara. Excuse me, Ms. Honey-Zavra, your opening.
Good morning, Chairwoman Prusak and members of the board. The district has received and reviewed the petition as well as the revised increments of progress. We don't anticipate opposing the variance subject to the proposed conditions that we've submitted and that we've also shared with petitioner. I have with me today 2 district witnesses, although I don't plan to affirmatively call them. They will be present to respond to any questions that the board might have. Harry Moon, Air Quality Engineer, and Alicia Lewis, Air Quality Inspector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Vergara, you may present your first witness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My first witness is Miguel Guerrero. Mr. Guerrero, please state and spell your name.
Miguel Guerrero, last name spelled Guerrero.
Did you just take an oath to tell the truth?
Yes,
And you understand the significance of that oath?
I do.
Thank you. Who is your employer,
The City of San Bernardino Municipal Water Department,
and what is your title?
General Manager,
How long have you held that position?
4 months.
Can you explain to the hearing board the relationship between the City of San Bernardino and the department and the financing and governance of the department?
Yes, I can. And before getting into some of the background of the city and the water department, I'd just like to thank the board for the opportunity to present on the department's petition for variance, and your consideration is deeply appreciated. So thank you for that. So starting with the City of San Bernardino, City of San Bernardino. Sorry about that.
There we go.
City of San Bernardino is located about 60 miles from downtown Los Angeles, 40 miles from this location, from the city of Diamond Bar. 17th largest city in the state of California with a population of nearly 210,000 people. That was back in 2016. More recent numbers have the population at about 220,000. It's the 100th largest in the United States. It encompasses and covers an area of approximately 62 square miles, and the landscape is a bit unique in that elevation changes in the city range by over 1,000 feet. On the south end, we're about 1,200 mean sea level. Over in the foothills in San Bernardino Mountains, we're well over 1,200 foot mean sea level. So that's a challenge for us on the wastewater and water side. The city itself is governed, the governing structure is a council manager governing structure, and that's actually a recent change. The city is a charter city, and the charter actually, the residents recently approved the new charter back in 2016, which actually changed the governing structure from a strong mayor structure to a council manager structure. The city is a economically disadvantaged community, as you can see on the figure on the left there, from a recent LAFCO countywide wastewater service review, highlighting areas in the San Bernardino Valley in red, areas that are disadvantaged, economically disadvantaged. And as you can see, the city of San Bernardino is largely red. Median household income in 2016 for the city was just over $38,000 annually. Median income in the state was nearly $64,000. So a significant difference there. And as defined by Prop 50, California Prop 50, the city is overall largely a disadvantaged community. Part of the reason for that is, as you might know, is the city's just now emerging out of bankruptcy. Went into bankruptcy in around 2012, emerged in 2016. It's really struggling to bounce back since the economic downturn, and the bankruptcy just added to that. We haven't been able to bounce back. The city hasn't, like our neighbors, such as City of Riverside or Highland. But we're getting there. I think the city is in a better position today than it was a couple of years ago, and it's heading in the right direction. We do battle some situations just with the makeup of the city. The city consists of over 60% renters, which really affects the city. We got renters coming in and out, and when you have that many renters, there's just really no sense of ownership for their properties or sense of pride in the city. Unfortunately, the cities or the properties are distressed just because for that reason. It just adds to the situation in San Bernardino. Now, the water department, the San Bernardino Municipal Water Department, is a department of the city. We are part of the city. However, the department is unique in that it operates differently than the other departments in the city. The water department has its own governing board, which consists of 5 water board commissioners, all appointed by the council and mayor. And that's actually part of the recent change with the charter. Previously, board members were appointed just by the mayor. Now, with the stronger council or council manager format, the council is involved in the appointment of those board positions. What this has done, and it really has allowed the water department to operate semi-autonomously. And even through bankruptcy, the department remained fiscally responsible, fiscally viable, was able to continue operations without having to lay off or cut projects or contracts. And all because of this fiscal wall that's created through the charter and the governing structure. So in that sense, it's really helped the water department since 1905 when it was first created to continue to operate at a very high level. The water department provides an essential public service to 360,000 people, not just in the city of San Bernardino. We also serve people in the cities of Highland and the city of Loma Linda and several county pockets in the immediate area. And as you can see from that figure there, we've highlighted City of Loma Linda, City of San Bernardino, but also East Valley Water District, which serves the city of Highland and county pockets, and actually a portion of the city of San Bernardino. The water department provides 3 main services, essentially 3 utilities. The first one is the water utility, the potable water side, where we draw or extract from the local groundwater basin, Bunker Hill Basin, and serve that to the customers, serve the water to the customers. We're 100% groundwater basin utility. We have the wastewater collection system, which is actually new to the water department as part of the charter reform. It transferred the wastewater collection system from the city public works department to the water department. Big reason for that was just because of the history of the water department, the way it operates, how it's fiscally responsible and efficient. The city found it to be appropriate to transfer this entire utility to the water department to really get it up to speed and get it in full compliance. And then lastly, wastewater treatment, which is the reason we're here today. And what we're discussing today affects this side of the water department's operation. The water department is 100% ratepayer funded. We have 3 different rates we assess for the 3 different utilities. Again, water, the potable water side, the wastewater collection side, and the wastewater treatment side. Really, the Water Department's mission is to balance a few things. So we want to balance customer service. We're very high on customer service, believe it's paramount to what we do. We want to protect the public's health. Obviously, we serve water and operate under a water supply permit provided by the state. And we also have to abide by and comply with discharge permits on the wastewater side, along with other permits such as those provided by SCAQMD. Along with that, we balance and proactively participate in the regulatory environment. Our staff is very proactive in ensuring that we're up to speed and know what's coming down the pipeline or what's going into effect soon as far as regulatory compliance goes and regulations go. In fact, we have a specific division dedicated to environmental and regulatory compliance, dedicated to just that. Just as an example, on the department's responses to these sort of matters. We recently worked closely with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, who had concerns about the discharge, the city's discharge to the Santa Ana River from our wastewater plant. We've been discharging at a certain location in the city of Colton for over 20 years now, and we created a habitat that supports a federally endangered species, the Santa Ana sucker. When our plant shuts down, or previously when our plant would shut down, the river would go dry, and there was a potential for take of this endangered species. Obviously, that caused a major concern for U.S. Fish and Wildlife. And a couple of years ago, we started working with them and acted swiftly and efficiently to put measures in place to ensure that when the plant did shut down, we can continue flows and minimize the effect on the endangered species. This is no different. We expect to, if approved, we expect to act in the same way, swiftly and efficiently, to ensure that we meet all the goals we've outlined in our petition and ensure compliance.
I don't have any further questions for this witness.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Honeyzabra, any questions for this witness?
I have no questions for this witness.
Board members, any questions for this witness on the testimony that he has given?
I do.
Mr. Balagopalan.
Mr. Guerrero, so has the council / board members approved funding for the project, the new project, the digested gas beneficial project?
Yes, and Director Stewart will get into that and just go through the timeline on how we've gotten to where we're at now and what approvals we've received from our water board.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else have any questions? Okay, your next witness, Mr. Vergara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My next witness is Kevin Stewart. Mr. Stewart, please state your name and spell your name.
Yes, Kevin Stewart, last name Stewart.
And Mr. Stewart, did you take an oath this morning?
Yes,
And do you understand the significance of that oath?
I do.
Who is your current employer?
The San Bernardino Municipal Water Department,
And what is your current job title?
Director of Water Reclamation,
How long have you served in that position?
in the position since May of 2017 and with the department since June of 2015.
And what are your job responsibilities as Director of Water Reclamation?
My responsibility is to oversee the entirety of the Water Reclamation Division, which consists of 6 sections: operations, maintenance, electrical, collections, and formerly environmental control, and I believe I'm missing one, but I'm responsible for making sure that all of the wastewater treatment needs and collection needs are met by the department.
Can you explain to the hearing board how the plant operates and why the department needs the requested variance?
Absolutely. If it pleases the board, I would like to continue with the PowerPoint presentation. The water reclamation plant for the city of San Bernardino serves 3 distinct service areas: the San Bernardino Municipal Water Department, the East Valley Water District, and the city of Loma Linda. And as part of that, 21.5 million gallons per day of untreated wastewater comes through the collection system from those various areas into the wastewater treatment plant. There is no alternative path or bypass pipeline to bypass the water reclamation plant. So all 21.5 million gallons per day have to be treated. The extent of damage, if it's not treated, is that untreated wastewater will be discharged to the Santa Ana River in violation of our discharge permit and numerous state and federal laws and regulations. The treatment processes that we use at the water reclamation process are listed here I won't go through each one itemized here on this list, but there are three main categories of treatment: mechanical, gravity, and biological. And these are the means by which we actually do the work in those processes. Mechanical meaning a piece of equipment does the work, gravity meaning we let the wastewater sit still and things float and things settle based on gravity, and biological, which is the heart of our treatment process. If not for that treatment process 3, that activated sludge secondary treatment or biological process, the wastewater treatment plant would not function and we would be in violation of the permit. Before the first treatment process that I'm going to talk about, we actually need to lift the wastewater. Because the collection system or the sewer system brings all the untreated wastewater to the treatment plant by gravity, those pipes flow from upstream to downstream or uphill to downhill. In order to allow it to flow through the water reclamation plant by gravity, thus reducing electrical and utility costs, we need to have lift stations. Those take pumps and bring the wastewater vertically to allow it to flow. Those pumps are driven by shafts operated by either electric motors or engines fueled by either digester gas, natural gas, diesel. We don't currently have any diesel-driven pumps, but those are the types of processes. We have 3 lift stations at our facility. One of them that we're seeking variance for today is our Arrowhead lift station. This lift station lifts 6 million gallons per day of wastewater 23 feet, and this prevents spillage of untreated wastewater. If we don't operate the pumps, that wastewater isn't going to be lifted and it will spill out of the manholes onto the ground in an uncontrolled spill. We have 5 pumps in the Arrowhead lift station. Each are operated slightly differently. They all have the same capacity. One is operated, pump number 5, by an electric-driven motor. 2 are operated by internal combustion engines fueled by natural gas, that is cat number 1 and cat number 4. And 2 are driven by engines fueled by digester gas, that is cat number 2 and cat number 3. And those 2 are the ones we are seeking variance for today as far as our lift station pumps. Without cat number 2 or cat number 3, we would have insufficient reliability for our lift station. What this means is that we need to have redundant pumping in order to ensure that we always have pumps online. There are circumstances where we would need 3 pumps online, and in the event that one of those went down due to breakdown or maintenance, we would have insufficient pumping and we would spill wastewater. The first treatment process in the wastewater treatment process is the preliminary treatment. This is accomplished at our Headworks facility where we have 2 separate processes. One is shown diagrammatically here. This is our bar screen where we take large matter out of the wastewater. The next step is that we remove smaller matters such as sand particles, coffee grinds, things of that nature. That's at our grit removal. The next step in the treatment process is primary treatment. This is where we use a gravity process by allowing the wastewater to sit very still, things settle, or they float. We use a rotating mechanism to scrape off that sludge, which is the stuff that settles, and the scum, which is the stuff that floats. By removing the settleable or floating solids while retaining the microorganisms inside or suspended in the liquid, we can move to the next step, which is our biological treatment step. Secondary treatment utilizes, at least for our activated sludge treatment process, utilizes air to accommodate the bacterial process. Much like a fish tank, if you take dissolved air and feed it through a diffuser, that air is dissolved into the water. That dissolved air is then beneficially used by the aerobic bacteria in order to accomplish the treatment. Organic matter in the aeration basins is consumed as food by those aerobic bacteria. And so those aerobic bacteria require the air for respiration or breathing that's supplied by aeration blowers, which is the next slide. The aeration blowers, these provide critical process air for the breakdown of organic compounds and nutrients by the microorganisms or the bacteria, removal of carbon dioxide, hydrogen sulfide, and oxidation of dissolved metals such as iron. And this allows us to be compliant with effluent discharge permit limits and obviously the EPA and state and federal requirements. We have 4 blowers at our Roots building, and these 4 blowers are driven by either 2 electric-driven motors, Roots number 4 and 5, or 2 internal combustion engines fueled by digester gas, routes number 1 and 2. It is these routes 1 and 2 engines that we are seeking variance for continued operation of. Without these routes number 1 and routes number 2, we would not have any backup oxygenation sources. Certainly we could operate on routes number 4 and 5, but that wouldn't last very long because these do need to be taken down and maintained, and they do break down. And on a daily basis, we must operate 2 blowers. The next step is secondary clarification. This is an identical process to primary clarification. You use gravity to allow things to settle or float, and the remaining microorganisms are settled out in this process. In the primary and secondary clarification process, everything that settles to the bottom, the sludge, is carried to the anaerobic digester. We have 4 anaerobic digesters at the WRP, or the Water Reclamation Plant. The sludge in there is allowed to be detained in that anaerobic digester in that oxygen-free environment where the anaerobic bacteria reduce the volume by 40 to 60%. They break down and stabilize the solids, and they reduce volatile organic compounds, or VOCs. They do that in order for us to discharge our biosolids in a manner that is compliant with our biosolids land application permit. The bacterial respiration process inside the digester sludge produces methane, or biogas, that is beneficially used by the department as an energy source. However, the digester gas is more than simply methane. There are also siloxanes and other contaminants that must be removed before any digester gas can be used beneficially through an internal combustion engine or a fuel cell. The last step in the water treatment process, or wastewater treatment process, is solids handling. And if we were to discharge all of the digested sludge, it would still be very costly, far more costly than we should be doing because of all of the water content. So by sending this through a centrifuge, we can spin the water out of the biosolids and discharge those in a land application format. So we send it through the centrifuge, put it in the photograph here at the bottom left, we put it into the silo, and then the silo carries it to a truck loading facility where it's hauled off. All of those processes utilize a lot of electricity or a lot of energy to function. One of the ways that we were able to successfully reduce the costs associated with that is through a cogeneration engine. A cogeneration is the pairing of an internal combustion engine with a generator. That generator then provides electricity that can be used throughout the plant and at a significantly lower cost because we have that digester gas available for beneficial use than if we were to purchase that power from the utility Southern California Edison. We currently possess 2 internal combustion engine cogeneration systems. However, only one of them is permitted. We recently decommissioned cogeneration engine number 2. And so in certain cases, there are documents here that document 2 cogen engines. We only have 1 permitted and operational at this time. The cogen 1 is an internal combustion engine fueled by digester gas, and that is the 5th engine we are seeking a variance for continued operation of today. This was installed in 2005 in a cogen project as the result of a 2003 cogeneration study, which determined that a construction capital cost of $3 million would yield us, or the water department in dollars at that time, $1,000 to $1,500 a day in savings of energy costs. We also determined at that time that these would have an expected operational life of 25 years. However, as a result of the 2012 amendment to Rule 1110.2, they were in operation for only 7 years before the increased pollution control regulation came about. The original study determined that, or the 2003 cogeneration study determined that if any rule adoptions were to occur, that we would meet those rule changes through cost-effective retrofit with necessary pollution control equipment. Unfortunately, the best available control technology didn't allow that cost-effective retrofit, and thus the bottom bullet there, incapable of cost-effective rule compliance retrofit with necessary pollution control equipment. Taking just a brief step back to demonstrate how our digester gas system is utilized, the 4 digester gas or digesters are indicated there on the left side of the diagram or schematic. It produces gas that flows through the low-pressure air pipeline shown in blue. If you follow the arrows, the blue line carries to the low-pressure holding tank, to the flare, and to the gas compressors. Primarily, our gas compressors pressurize that gas to a higher pressure, send it to our HPHT or high-pressure holding tank, where it is then sent to any of the various uses of that digester gas. On the bottom right of the screen, you'll notice cogeneration, Waukesha number 1 and 2. 2, as I mentioned, is decommissioned. Roots number 1 and 2 on the bottom right, and up in the top left, the Caterpillar number 2 and 3. As Mr. Guerrero mentioned, the department really strives to maintain focus on the different balance of all of the different factors that the department needs to focus on. Our energy portfolio is no different, and so our factors that we consider are energy efficiency, renewable energy, diversity, reliability, and operational flexibility for our treatment plant operators. They take our understanding of the costs associated with these and all of these other factors and determine what pieces of equipment to turn on and turn off so that we can meet all of those different focuses. One example shown here, we use approximately 52% of electricity, 42% digester gas, and 8% natural gas to achieve the assumed conditions listed there on the bottom, operating cogen 1, digester gas engine number 2, or I'm sorry, cat engine number 2, using natural gas to fuel cat number 1, and electricity to drive the 2 blowers, the electricity produced from the cogeneration engines. Getting back to the best available control technologies, in terms of what we would be required to do if we wanted to retrofit our current cogen engine number 1 or any of the others with the best available control technology would be through the selective catalytic reduction or SCR process. This removes NOx to the limits required in 1110.2. However, there are a number of different things that we're constrained by. First, on the digester gas pretreatment, I mentioned that the contaminants present in the digester gas must be removed before we can use that beneficially in an internal combustion engine. Those pieces of equipment utilize a lot of space that we don't currently have in either our Roots building, in our Arrowhead lift station, or in our cogeneration area. We also would require a very large catalytic oxidizer to remove volatile organic compounds and carbon monoxide. We would require another set of separate catalysts, the SCR catalyst, to remove NOx. In the photograph on the left here, you can see an example of the scale of those SCR catalysts from the Orange County Sanitation District Plant Number 2. These are significantly larger than what ours would be required to be because we do operate smaller engines, but they would still be very large and would not fit in our facility. In 2012, when we first started meeting with SCAQMD and attending the Rule 1110.2 change meetings, because we are active in the regulatory environment, we looked at the costs associated with this backed retrofit. At that time, it was estimated that we would need to spend $4 million in capital cost and $125,000 per year in operating costs, not counting any labor costs to staff a engine mechanic qualified to operate the SEMS or continuous emission monitoring system 24 hours per day, 7 days a week. In addition to those costs, if we could retrofit it, we have the limitations of back pressure and space that may make it such that we can't actually even retrofit those engines.
I'm sorry, can you just clarify again, because there's a lot of information going through, kind of fast. The back pressure limitations, did you go over that yet?
I have not.
Okay, so.
Would you like me to go over those now?
If you could just explain that, or if you were planning to do that, then do it as you were planning.
Absolutely. May I confer with my attorney just for a moment? Sorry, I'm going to skip to an extra slide that is not included in that package at the very end, so pardon me while I skip through these here quickly. Shown here on the screen is an example of the retrofit and feasibility with regard to the back pressure limitations. In internal combustion engine, the pistons use 4 different strokes or 4 different cycles. A 4-cycle engine The first process is intake. The piston moves down and draws air in as the valves are opened. The fuel source, in this case digester gas, draws into that combustion chamber. You can see on the right side of the screen in the diagram, this is the roughly pyramid shape just above the piston. The next cycle is the compression cycle, and that's where the piston is driven upwards to increase the pressure of that fuel. Following that compression stroke is the combustion stroke. The spark ignites the fuel combusts, the heat from that combustion process expands and drives that piston downwards. Finally is the exhaust process. So the next step is all of that combusted fuel air mixture needs to be exhausted out of that chamber. And so those are the 4 cycles. The exhaust sizing of the pipe and the catalysts is critical to that, and there are certain ranges that engines can operate in. So example up here in the diagrams on the right, there are 3 sizes of exhaust pipes just shown diagrammatically. If the pipe is too small, the flow of exhaust gas is much faster. There's too much back pressure because it's trying to force it through a very small pipe. Because of the increased back pressure, it's beyond the limits of what the engine can operate at, and the exhaust won't be sufficiently vented out of that combustion chamber. That raises the cylinder temperatures, and thus the engine will break down. That also reduces the horsepower of the engine. Conversely, looking at the exhaust pipe that's too large on the right, that you'll have slower flow because there's not sufficient pressure there to push against, so too little back pressure. The catalyst temperature will drop because the speed that the the exhaust is flowing through there is too slow. Catalysts must operate at a given temperature, and so the catalyst would then become ineffective, and you would also reduce the horsepower. So much like the Goldilocks example, the center exhaust pipe there, we've got to be able to match that. And in our case, the exhaust piping that would be necessary may not actually fit in the physical constraints that we have, the arrangement.
Thank you very much, and we're going to mark this. We thank you for the copies of that slide, and that will be Exhibit 13. And thank you for that explanation.
You're welcome, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry. Well, 12?
No,
12 was the PowerPoint presentation. Okay. And so 13 will be just this additional slide. Thank you.
This is the slide where I left off here. Moving forward, the department determined in 2012 that we needed a viable.
I'm sorry for one more interruption. The senator had a clarifying question as
You're
well.
talking about low pressure, high pressure, low temperature, high temperature. What's the most ideal formula you're looking for?
Unfortunately, I would need to refer to our engine mechanics to answer that question.
yeah, well, we can do that. We can have him testify, Senator.
Just raise the issue, that's why I asked. Thank you.
Yeah.
You can continue, and if the senator still has that question, we'll raise it with a different witness. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair. The department needed a viable, cost-effective solution at our scale of operation. And so the BACT requires a very high retrofit and construction cost that can only be absorbed by large agencies. As an example, the BACT cost-effectiveness was based on the Orange County Sanitation District's implementation of the SCR technology. They process on average 185 million gallons per day, as compared to our medium-sized facility where we process 21.5 million gallons per day. As another example, the physical scale of their engines there, they operate 8 2.5 or 3 megawatt engines as compared to our 2 3/4 megawatt engines. So there's a drastic difference in scale. The department partnered with a number of other entities on a proprietary POGT project. This was done primarily by a private company and contractors in cooperation and partnership with the California Energy Commission, the SCAQMD, and the San Bernardino Municipal Water Department. This was a demonstration project to serve as an alternative control technology to BACT at medium-sized agencies. And the science behind the POGT, again, that's the partially oxygenated gas turbine, is sound. But the online real-time reformulation of digester gas on the scale of WRP was uncharted. This was, by all accounts, a research and development project. The benefit of the POGT project was that emissions control equipment would be installed that achieved emissions limit for the amended rule without need for gas pretreatment or exhaust post-treatment. So this would operate at the cost scale we would need. The department's initial role was to serve as a host site. Later, as a result of funding challenges on the private company and contractor side, as well as operational challenges, the department increased its role to that of funding contributor. We contributed in-kind labor as well as in-kind purchase of parts, and eventually even contributing direct funding to those entities to continue their operation. Continuing on in the now recent past, we became the primary technology driver because of the need for this to function at our scale. We couldn't see this simply as a research and development project. This needed to work, and we had committed a lot of time and resources and costs towards that. In fall of 2017, we met with SCAQMD and gave them the status of the POGT project, and at that time everything was progressing well, and we were quite positive on this. In February 2018, though, we completed demonstration testing that demonstrated that the process was not commercially viable or achievable in the near term. The science is potentially quite viable. We still stand behind that this is a sound approach. However, it's not something that we could, as a department, could purchase and say, please install and have it online operational by a given date. And so we couldn't push this out any further. We met with the SCAQMD on February 27th of this year and immediately committed to completing a digester gas beneficial use study. Knowing that we couldn't move forward on the POGT project that we had already funded entirely, we knew we needed to come up with an alternate technology, and SCR we knew would have challenges in terms of cost and limitations. We looked at, as part of that study, which was completed by Carollo engineers, we looked at 5 different technologies. Obviously the cogeneration with SCR, but also we looked at microturbines, fuel cells, renewable natural gas pipeline injection, and compressed natural gas fueling stations. We looked at a high-level evaluation to select the feasible technology for the beneficial use of digester gas based upon a balance of both environmental and economic criteria. We issued the purchase order only days after that meeting with SCAQMD, and we directed Carollo engineers to complete that study in a very, very short time frame. We committed to SCAQMD that by the conclusion of April of 2018, the study would be completed, and the study was delivered in final format on May 2nd, after having a 90% status update meeting with SCAQMD to obtain their thoughts on the study and where this was headed. The final study was approved by the Water Board in June of 2012, along with the funding for the digester gas beneficial use program. So the program is fully supported by the San Bernardino Municipal Water Department Water Board. The result of the digester gas beneficial use study.
I didn't mean to stop you, but you said June, I thought you said June 2012, and I just wanted to make sure that it reflected June 2018.
Yes.
You're correct, I apologize. That should be June 2018.
Yes.
As a result of the digester gas beneficial use study, the outcome was that fuel cell technology, through a power purchase agreement with a private vendor, would be the least impactful on ratepayers and meet all of the benefits that we talked about, both economic and environmental. In addition to the fuel cell, there are 7 other granular resultant projects listed here at left. 6 that were listed in the initial study, and 1 new project that has come forth as following that study. All of these are necessary in order to comply fully with Rule 1110.2, primarily because the current digester gas-fueled engine-driven process equipment needs to be replaced with something else other than a digester gas-fueled system. And so the expected cost for this is $13 million purely for the capital side of that, so to implement those projects listed there. The department produces on average between 270 to 320 cubic feet per minute of gas. That's indicated in a graph here on the top right as the blue line. As that gas progresses through the day, we can take these blocks of fuel usage. So our cogeneration engine number 1 requires 160 cubic feet per minute. Each of the other fuel flows are listed there. Those are identified as colored bars on the right side, and you can stack those any way that we would like, as long as we stay below the curve. We can't require or demand more fuel than we can actually produce. And so this is how our operational strategy is derived. Based on that, we created option A here, which balances the different pieces of electrical equipment. So the table in the top left here, option A indicated in the green column, shows the percentage of use of each of those equipment throughout the course of a year. Those options result in varying capital costs and annual utility costs just for the fuel. This isn't considering any of the operational costs of maintaining the equipment. The capital cost associated with option B, natural gas, would be to incorporate a rich burden conversion of our existing routes number 1 and 2 engines from digester gas to natural gas. Then after that conversion, the utility costs would be absorbed. During the POGT project, you'll note in the table in the upper right, the cost to operate, the utility costs to operate were much higher. That is the $1,000 to $1,500 a day that was initially indicated in the 2003 cogeneration study after the derating of the cogeneration engine to comply with the permit limits. So the difference between the POGT project, $390,000, and option A, $245,000, is that during the project we couldn't operate that cogeneration engine that saves the department a significant amount of utility costs. The table on the bottom, excess emissions, I'm going to skip for now and rely on the testimony of our Director of Environmental and Regulatory Compliance. So she will revisit this bottom table as well as this next slide on net emissions. Moving.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
You're finishing. I thought you were handing it to another witness, but go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. We constructed this and then shifted things just slightly last night.
That's fine.
On slide 28 here, you can see that our existing plant integrates digester gas beneficial use very, very heavily. Indicated in the table or the list on the right, we have digester gas fueled processes to produce plant electricity, to produce aeration blower rotation, and lift station pumps. We also have only one flare that serves as a backup flare to our digester gas process equipment. Watching this slide as I transition, you can notice the amount of change that's required as part of the digester gas beneficial use program. On the plant electricity side, we will no longer be able to use the two generators that we possess, and in place we will put in either a 1.4 or a 2.0 megawatt fuel cell system. We understand from other installations that those require digester gas storage systems, so we've implemented that. On the aeration blower side, we would no longer be able to use the digester gas engine driven blowers, and in place we would install a new electric blower system. The item in orange there is if we're going to proceed with that one, the other project unrelated would be tied in. On the lift station pumps, we would no longer be able to use the two digester gas driven engines, and we would instead install one new motor driven pump and one engine conversion to either natural gas or propane to provide the various reliability means. Finally, if the fuel cell were not able to fully take all of the digester gas produced, we would require both a duty and a backup flare to be able to reliably combust all produced digester gas in compliance with SCAQMD regulations. The digester gas beneficial use program consists of those projects that I mentioned. We've listed those in Gantt chart format here. You'll notice that there are 3 bars in red. So skipping down through this, you have what's called the 1110.2 resultant projects 30% design. That is the 30% design phase for the next 3 projects beneath it. In the gold bar are digester gas storage, the blue bars are our .025 flare project, and the red bars are our blower project. The critical path for the whole of the digester gas beneficial use program carries through the 1110.2 resultant project's 30% design, through the blower project final design, and finally the blower project construction. All of that gets us to a digester gas cutover date, which is that vertical red line on the right side, of approximately May 13th. From that date, we still have startup and testing that would get us through our requested end of the variance period through September of 2021. So the implementation of all of these projects, the fuel cell project and each of those, drives towards that completion date. As I mentioned before, the funding for these projects is provided and already approved by the Water Board. Actually, let me step back and add one additional thing here. The reason for the durations associated with the bars is because as a public agency, we are required to comply with the public contract code. So whereas other people have the frequency, or the ability, I should say, to utilize sole sourcing or other contract delivery methods, we are limited in the contract delivery methods that we can use. We have to put these projects out to public bid, await the results, and address any potential arguments or challenges to those bids, if those bids are challenged. On our final slide here, I'd like to thank you, as the General Manager mentioned, for allowing us today to present before you these three things. One, the significant modifications to a large municipal wastewater facilities do take a significant amount of time to design and to construct. The end result from this will be 5 digester gas-fueled engines removed entirely from service and decommissioned by September of 2021. The Department seeks variance relief until September 1st, 2021 to complete the digester gas beneficial use program. And the reason for that duration is because of those 7 distinct projects and the length of time that it takes to complete those projects as a public agency. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Sunny Zavra, do you have any questions?
I don't have a question right now. I might circle back. Thank you.
Board members, Ms. Byrd.
I feel the same way. There's a lot of information. But you did mention one thing, and I may not have caught it. You talked about in-kind labor, parts, direct funding for this project. How much did the Water Department commit as far as funding goes to the POGT project?
As a total, all of it together was approximately $875,000. I would have to go based on memory, or I would have to look it up in terms of the individual costs.
Okay, and that's above and beyond the in-kind labor, the parts. I just want to make sure I get that straight. Parts, and this is just the direct funding. Okay, and I think I have one other question. I have a partial question, and maybe if I start it, you'll know where it was that you mentioned this, because I can't remember exactly where you mentioned it. But you mentioned something about $13 million for capital, and that applied to which thing?
Let me go back to this slide here. Right here on our digester gas beneficial use study, produced the resultant projects for that, and that is for the combination of the fuel cell through a power purchase agreement, which doesn't have very much at all in capital costs, but each of these other resultant projects need to be funded directly by the operating capital for the San Bernardino Municipal Water Department. So the blower electrification decentralization project, the flare replacement project, skipping to the bottom, the backup flare, so that we have both a duty and a backup flare, the gas, backup to the middle there, the gas storage project, the Arrowhead Lift Station electrical supply project to provide the electricity necessary, or the ability to plug in the electric motor listed there next, the Arrowhead Lift Station pump number 2 electrification project, and the pump number 3 conversion project.
And so if you know, the total financial commitment, you had $875,000 for the initial project, which you cannot move forward with, and then this new project, and you mentioned $13 million in capital outlay. what is the total financial outlay that you expect to have made after you have completed this entire project?
I haven't done the actual calculation. I have the study, and I could go through that and figure out what the 20-year life cycle cost is for procuring the fuel cell, over and above what it would have cost if we were to continue operating the way we have. I know that it was a significant net negative for the department. The department will have to absorb a very large additional annual cost to operate the fuel cell than how we are currently operating.
If you don't mind, I would, just for clarification, just to confirm some things for me, I would like to get a ballpark on that difference, if you don't
Absolutely.
mind. Okay. At a later point, you don't have to do it right now, but maybe at a later point, we can have that. Maybe at a break when we have one.
Absolutely.
I think that's it right now. I may have to circle back to you. Thanks.
Mr. Palago-Polan?
Yes. Just get my notes here. Mr. Stewart, what's the design capacity of the plant? I know you're handling 21.5 MGD right now.
The plant is currently rated for 33 million gallons per day.
And do you anticipate sometime in the future increasing the capacity as the city grows, or?
No, as a result of some other changes, the East Valley Water District will be taking 6 million gallons per day and shifting that to a nearby facility.
So, right now, you're not a Title V, or not a Title V facility because you're under 10 tons? Yes,
that is correct.
And so, okay, so this won't increase. The POGT project, it's currently on site, the demonstration project, and you're going to continue to utilize that until the new fuel cell is put into place?
No, the POGT project, the POGT system is a specially designed skid that, without going into details because of our confidentiality agreement with that private entity, that skid remains on site but is not utilized as part of our operations. The option A that we've developed would utilize the cogeneration engine sitting next to the skid.
So what is the current controls that you have in place to meet 1110.2? I know you're not meeting 1110.2, exceeding it, but what are the controls in place right now?
Our engines, both the cogeneration engine number 1, CATs 2 and 3, and Roots number 1 and 2, all comply with the current through December 31st version of Rule 1110.2. As of January 1st, we will no longer be compliant with that, and so without implementing one of these other solutions.
Okay. The actual compliance date was January 1, 2017, correct? And then you got, as allowed by the rule, deferments in a sense for 4 quarters till 2018.
Exactly, through payment of the compliance flexibility fee quarterly.
So during that last year, have you exceeded the 1110.2 limits?
No, through payment of the compliance flexibility fee, because we were involved.
No, I know you're paying the fees, but emission limits. You've exceeded those emission limits, but you were given, a compliance date was extended till end of this year.
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah. Why the last minute? I mean, you knew as you were getting the renewals, that this is coming up and you need to get a variance. Why did you wait till almost to the end?
As a public agency, it does take a bit of time to get to this, and we did not know until February of this year that we were not going to be able to be compliant through this POGT project. And in February of 2018, that's where we first determined that we could not be compliant, and as rapidly as possible, we completed the study, obtained board approval, obtained the attorney, and then worked to file this petition.
Okay. So in your drawing at slide number 18, you did show some treatment for silohexanes or filters there. Is that ongoing, or is that?
We do have what we call siloxane filters. They do not filter to the level of pretreatment necessary for the newer equipment. We do utilize that for some of our existing equipment, but it's not nearly as, it doesn't remove anywhere near as much siloxanes from that.
Okay. In your petition, and I'm going to the flare right now, in your petition, you mentioned that you were looking in anticipation of proposed rule 1118.1, going to a lower emitting flare point, 0.025, I believe, pounds per, I forget the units, and, but you're now going, I see in your PowerPoint, you're going to the 0.06.
We are actually going to both. So we would have a duty and a backup as both a .025 flare, pounds per million cubic feet, and also a .06 as the backup.
So you have an existing flare right now, which is .06, and you're going to replace that existing flare with another .06 flare initially?
Yes. So
And then, oh, go ahead, and then,
sorry to interrupt.
and then go to the, and then purchase and install the .025 pounds per million, is it BT, I forget the units, BT or cubic feet, yeah.
Yes, so the first step that we would do is to install a .06 pounds per million cubic feet, or million BTU, I'm sorry. We would install .06 to the side of the current .06. Once that was operational, we would then decommission and remove, demolish the existing .06 and install a new ultra-low efficiency, the .025 flare.
Why two-stage, why not go right to the .025 pounds per million BTU?
Through our research with other agencies, we've learned that the ultra-low flares require a significant amount of additional engineering and additional controls that they have had problems with keeping their ultra-low efficiency flares operational. The problem that they've been having is because of the fuel flow and everything, they're much more finicky, and so we would like to make sure the .06 flare we can virtually procure and install. The other one we need to do a little bit more of a design process, but we are proceeding with both simultaneously. It will just take longer for the .025.
And there's no plan to accelerate that because there's approximately 40% or more reduction with using the newer flare.
Correct. We are proceeding immediately with both, but both will take a period of time to install.
Okay. Now, moving to slide 29, I know the revised plan, you didn't strike the cogen, it didn't reflect the cogen removal, cogen number 1.
In the very top, under plant electricity, we list two 750 horsepower digester gas engine generators. That should actually read two 999 horsepower.
Okay.
But one of those was actually decommissioned, so those top generators there are the cogens.
So that's the cogen there. Okay.
Correct.
And that's also going to be removed as part option. Okay.
That is correct.
And Stuart, is somebody else going to go through the specific conditions and the rule that you need variance from?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll reserve my questions for that then. Thank you.
Oh, okay, go ahead, finish your
On
question.
the, you're proceeding with the fuel cell, and in the study that Colorado engineers did, is that achieved in practice somewhere? What is the assurance you have from the entity that you're going to contract with that this is viable and it's, and that you're not back in the same boat after, all this investment and so forth?
At the time that we completed the study, Fuel Cell Energy was the only entity that was treating biogas through or not treating, but handling biogas through a fuel cell. They have experience at both Eastern Municipal Water District, IEUA, and the City of Riverside most recently at the Riverside Wastewater Treatment Plant. The City of Riverside was the model that we were intending to follow at completion of the study. During the April meeting with AQMD staff, one of the AQMD staff brought up that there was a new entity, Bloom Energy, who has significant experience in the fuel cell market, however, just not operating on digester gas. They were only operating on natural gas at the time. When we contacted them as part of the study, they said they were going to continue not treating digester gas. However, as we worked to implement and obtain the proposals from Fuel Cell Energy, we met with a person from UCI Fuel Cell Energy, I forget the name of them, but there's a director, Dr. Samuelson, and Dr. Samuelson mentioned that Bloom Energy was actually getting into the market for fuel cells in digester gas. We contacted them, and as a result, we now have obtained proposals from both entities and are comparing those. In terms of your question, how do we obtain assurance that they can achieve this? Fuel Cell Energy does have assurance that they can actually perform exactly the same way at Riverside over here. Bloom Energy has a significant or vast amount of experience in the fuel cell market. On their digester gas pretreatment, they're confident that their example installation in Florida will give them all of the experience they need to be able to perform here. That would also offer additional technologies for the industry to utilize, which was one of the concerns that AQMD staff represented, was by only having one technology source, it was limiting the industry. And so by having both Fuel Cell Energy and Bloom, we would benefit the industry.
So you're going to go to the bid process to select them, so they've not been, you haven't chosen one yet at this time, or?
We have not selected one yet. We have received proposals from both.
Have you visited Eastern Municipal Water District Riverside and looked at their test data to see how well the fuel cell is working?
At both, we did discuss and meet with EMWD and IUA. We did not visit their particular fuel cell installations. Both of those were on the first generation systems, where with Fuel Cell Energy at the time, they weren't doing it through the same PPA approach that they are now at Riverside.
PPA is Power Purchase Agreement?
That is correct, I apologize. Okay. The power purchase agreement that they did, Fuel Cell Energy at Eastern and at IUA outsourced the digester gas pretreatment, and both of them experienced significant problems with entities blaming each other. The fuel cell stack vendor was blaming the pretreatment. The pretreatment was saying it wasn't our problem, it's the fuel cell problem. And as a result, Fuel Cell Energy took that knowledge when they implemented the second instance at Riverside. They've seen far more success by operating both the fuel cell and the pretreatment themselves, and they know how they can keep from poisoning the stack, and so they've seen great success there at Riverside. But we have spoken with all three, and we did visit the Riverside installation.
And the Bloom Energy you mentioned, their experience only is in natural gas, so they have not actually done any real live work with digester gas. Am I correct?
They have done one in the state of Florida. They have done one
That
test.
was digester gas?
That is correct. As far as the fuel cell, the process is identical, so we have absolute confidence in the fuel cell if we were to go with Bloom. On the digester gas pretreatment, they are confident through that Florida example that they have the technology down.
So the fuel cell will require the silohexane pretreatment, and all of that will be managed by fuel cell, or whichever vendor you select?
Exactly, either Fuel Cell Energy or Bloom Energy.
What is the contingency plan if, as you saw in the POGT, it was great demonstration, and then in practicality, it didn't quite match up to the expectation? Then the ratepayers are going to be stuck with another cost here?
Right. From the cost standpoint, proceeding with the power purchase agreement allows us not to absorb the capital cost to install this. So that addresses that our ratepayers aren't going to fund all of this, and then it will have been a waste, and we would have to proceed with something else. In terms of the timing, unfortunately, we need to commit to something, and that's the one with the least impact to the ratepayers. So we think that fuel cell is the best alternative to success. In terms of how we maintain compliance, although the current iteration of proposed amended Rule 1118.1 dictates that .06 flares would be compliant in our installation, we are going to install one .025 flare, such that if the fuel cell system does fail to operate, if the private entity fails to do what they need to do, and we need to combust the gas, at least we can combust the gas in the most, or in the way that will result in the least emissions.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. I had a few questions. The, so the demonstration, the POGT project, that lasted from 2012 to 2018. That was a 6-year project.
Yes, Madam Chair.
I'm wondering, knowing that there was a looming January 1st, 2019 deadline, if it did not work, there was no consideration during the 6 years? 6 years seems like a long time. I don't know if you could elaborate on that a little bit.
Certainly. So I took over as the director in 2017, so I can't speak to what the thoughts of my predecessors were. However, we did, even through as late as fall of 2017, we saw every sign of success with the POGT, and we had already committed a lot of the department's own funding, in addition to, I believe, approximately $1.5 million from the California Energy Commission, and approximately, I want to say, 150,000 roughly from the AQMD. There was a lot of drive to make this POGT project successful, and we wanted to commit to, bringing this to, achieve what it needed to achieve for the industry. Nobody wanted to give up on this too early, but certainly once that fall 2017, good hopes and, hey, this is really going to work. Once we saw it in February, we immediately, okay, we've got to cut the plug, and we did everything possible to get this study completed as quickly as possible and get before you with an alternate.
And taking from there, I also wanted to, because I had the question that Mr. Balagopalan had asked about why waiting till now for the variance. So I wanted to just make sure I understood. I think you've gone through it in different portions of your presentation, but I wanted to make sure we have the timeline pretty shored up. So February 2018, that was when the decision was made that the POGT was not going to work. That's correct?
That is correct. And if I can also mention that the POGT system, the skid that I was talking about, was not delivered until 2015. So even though the research started in 2012, the actual components were not delivered until 2015.
That's helpful. And then so then you were in contact with the district pretty soon thereafter, is that correct?
That is correct, and in partnership with AQMD, we, as well as, I believe, although Director Shepherdson would need to testify on the exact recurring duration, but I think it was either monthly or possibly quarterly. I think it was monthly. We had to submit actual reports to the backed group with AQMD.
Thank you. And then March through June 2018 was the digester gas beneficial use study.
That is correct.
Okay. And then looking at your construction and moving forward DGBU program schedule, right thereafter, is that when you began the design?
We have already begun the design in the 1110.2 resultant project's 30% design, that uppermost red horizontal bar. We've already begun the initial stage of design, which is coming to a preliminary design report.
And that would, just looking at that, so that would be right after the beneficial use study was completed in June, you began the design?
That is correct.
Right thereafter, okay. Thank you. And then I just had one other question, which is, so in Rule 1110.2, the effective date, if you had not done this demo project, would have been 2016. So my question is, do you know the demo POGT project, did you end up with reduced emissions earlier than the effective date would have been and throughout the project, to your knowledge?
If I could ask you to restate that,
Okay.
I didn't understand your question.
I wanted to know if, as a result of having that POGT project in, the demo project in, and it was certainly in effect by 2015, did you end up with reduced emissions as a result of that in advance of when the effective date of 1110.2 would have gone into effect?
If the demonstration POGT project were to have been commercially viable, we could have taken that existing skid and produced electricity from it with the cogeneration engine number 1 in compliance with Rule 1110.2. Although not at all of the processes, we would have produced that at our the electricity that we could have used throughout the plant.
So that demo project was going on, okay, so now so that I understand this, that demonstration project was going on at the same time as your regular operations were going on, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, that's what I missed, okay. Thank you. Ms. Byrd?
I just have one question that follows on Ms. Prusak's questions, and that was, I thought I heard you say earlier, or either the other witness, that the demo, you determined in February that the demo was not achievable in the near term. That doesn't mean it wasn't achievable. Am I understanding that correctly?
That is correct. It
Okay,
is still
so- Go ahead, I'm sorry.
It is still our belief that there is great potential viability in the science. However, it would take additional time and additional funding to complete the research to prove whether that's the case.
Okay. And when you say additional time and funding, could you ballpark as to what that means?
The fact that we can't come up with a ballpark is why we couldn't,
Okay.
not to not answer that, but we didn't know on the research and development side whether it would take another test or another 5 tests or
Okay.
another 5 or 6 years.
Okay. That
Did that
makes
answer your
sense.
question?
Yes, thank you.
Senator, do you have questions?
Page 21, where you discuss the viable, cost-effective solution needed. You have large facilities and medium facilities. In what way are they directed, or what way is the pressure affect whether or not it's going to be large or small?
As far as the large facilities, they can absorb some of those costs. They have staffing 100% of the time. They typically install larger facilities with more space in between them. On the larger engines, it's more cost-effective to incorporate the retrofits into those engines than it is on the smaller scale that we have.
And the medium applies in the same manner?
We operate as the medium-sized facility.
Okay. Well, on page 29, you had a lengthy discussion on that. Those are gauges I see, is that correct?
As far as the diagram here?
Yeah.
No, this is an aerial image of our water reclamation facility, and then I circled in dark black and in both circles and
Just to your
squares.
left where all the red is going intertwined with that. Are they gauges?
No, those are just indications schematically of a pipeline. So the red pipeline that you see there takes low-pressure digester gas over to where the green lines emanate. That is our compressor, gas compressor area. The green lines are our high-pressure gas from the compressor out to the various pieces.
Is there any way to determine what the pressure is at that point in time?
What the pressure is?
At that point in time as it goes through the system?
Absolutely, but
How do you measure the pressure?
we measure those with different gauges throughout the process.
So there's some gauges somewhere in there, is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Now, is there any way to controlling the pressure like a pressure valve?
That is correct, Your Honor.
You do have it, whereabouts you showing it on the diagram?
Unfortunately, I don't have anything indicated here which shows where a pressure reducing valve would be.
Oh, adjustment. The valve is what it does.
The valve would only reduce pressure beyond that point.
Yeah,
And so the digester gas compressors compress it up to a certain pressure. And then that pressure is used through, that high pressure gas is used by the various pieces of equipment to feed that gas into the various engines.
so you do have a gauge in there someplace.
That is correct, Your Honor.
On 30, once again,
I'm sorry, slide 30?
yeah,
Okay.
you got completion dates. From the day until completion is about 2 years.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Why the delay? Is there any way you can shorten that time, number one? Number two, if you're doing an RFP and you're outside contractor, Are they, that schedule built in here into this? Explain that, please, sir.
Absolutely, Your Honor. So in terms of whether we could shorten the duration, this is the most aggressive schedule that we could actually put together. When we built out these durations, for example, the blower project, the center horizontal red bar there, the final design through January 15th is a very aggressive duration. In order to take from the preliminary design report, which is the conclusion of the 30% design, and develop all of the things that need to be engineered and produce a set of bid documents that we can put out in an RFP, or a bid, I should say, for public contractors. That will take that period of time historically as an aggressive schedule. Typically, it would probably take through mid-2020 to achieve that on a typical schedule. So that's as aggressive as we could possibly push that. And then in the same manner on the construction side, the procurement of high-efficiency blower systems typically takes between 9 months and a year to obtain. And so that factored in with the actual construction time develops that construction duration, that lower horizontal red bar that you see there.
You said aggressive in terms of completion 5, 6 times. Okay. Is there any way they might slip the date because of not meeting the timeline as you complete your design going forward?
Everything within the control of the department, as the general manager mentioned, we have been very diligent about working in cooperation with the regulatory agencies to make sure that we meet deadlines, both on our past projects demonstrating success. We had the issue with the Santa Ana suckerfish. We implemented a project on that same aggressive delivery, and when the contractor presented us with delays, we made sure that we worked through change orders and procedural matters to cut out as much of the red tape as we could to make sure that we held to that schedule. But certainly,
You've been in this business since 2017.
as the director of water reclamation, yes.
Well, you've seen slippage before where things are delayed for good reason. And if that's likely to occur, in order to make sure that you meet your timeline, is there any incentive built into contracts with subcontractors?
As a public agency, we're forbidden from incentivizing. Besides, there are certain things that we can do in terms of early completion benefits and things, and we will incorporate those. However, we can't pay contractors, a gift of public funds type of thing.
Well, if you delays cost also.
Right.
Senator, can I also add that assuming the variance is granted during that time period, the department will be paying excess emission fees. So we have every incentive there to try to reduce the time, but we don't want to create a situation where failure is likely to occur. And we've also committed to regular or quarterly meetings with SCAQMD staff in order to make sure that we're staying on task here. We understand that nothing sharpens the attention than a deadline, but there are contingencies in the public contract realm, and you're alluding to those, which may cause some delay. We're hoping that there's times of, if there's a headwind we run into, we hope we can find a place where there's a tailwind.
I just want you to be cognizant of the fact that's likely to occur in a case like this, of a system so complex. That's why I started asking questions.
No, I agree.
And may I just add, I just wanted to add also that because this is a variance request for such a long period of time with such complexities, it is required that there is a schedule of increments of progress. So we should be reviewing Exhibit 11, and hopefully thus it'll be easier for them to know whether there's any slippage in any of these increments, which will take us through to 2021.
I see that, but even the increments could slip due to anything you might consider. When you go outside for a subcontractor, things that are under your control, fine, you might be on target. Things that is controlled by someone else and their plant and their employees, you consider that, I'm sure.
Yes.
But we'll see you when you come back.
Any other questions before we finish with this witness and take a break? Mr. Balago-Palon.
You currently don't have a SEMS correct, at the, for monitoring NOx emissions?
That is correct. We do not use SEMS.
So you're using an inspection maintenance program?
That is correct.
And in the new system, are you probably not, are you planning to have any SEMS or anything like, any continuous monitoring?
No, we are not planning to use SEMS.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Okay, then we'll take a 15-minute break, and we'll reconvene at 10:45, and we can call the next witness.
Thank you.
Okay, we are off the record. We're back on the record. Okay, we are looking for Mr. Vergara, your next witness, I believe.
I believe, Madam Chair, that there's some cross.
Additional questions?
Yes.
Okay,
I have just a couple of questions, if that's okay.
absolutely. Go ahead, Ms. Honeysalver.
Good morning, Mr. Stewart. It's still morning. I have a couple of follow-up questions. The first one is, if you can respond, or if you have the information, can you tell us what the power purchase agreement says about what will happen if the fuel cell doesn't work? Can you still purchase electricity at a reduced rate? Or what will happen at that point?
The power purchase agreement hasn't been executed yet. Once we determine which entity we will move forward with, we will begin drafting that, and so we can craft that in any way that we can come to agreement on. Typically, the way the PPA is written, they are responsible for providing a given amount of power that can be made available to us. And if they are unable to produce that with digester gas, they are required to purchase natural gas to fuel the fuel cell to produce electricity up to the amount they promise us at that given rate.
Okay. And then I have another question that goes to the increments of progress and maybe speaks to some of the senator's concerns. You're going to be submitting permit applications presumably for a number of pieces of equipment, the fuel cell or the heater or the flare. Will you be submitting permit applications on an expedited basis? Because that is an option that we have here to move the process along.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I think that's it for now.
Thank you very much. Oh, okay, wait.
Since it's,
Mr. Balagopalan, then the senator. I have a question.
Mr. Stewart, I forgot to add, so the funds have been committed, the 13 million plus dollars has been approved and committed, or is it something that ongoing you have to go and get approval for?
The funds were taken out as part of bond funding in order to fund the permanent POGT system. When that wasn't done, those funds were shifted over to these projects. Each individual project or contract that the department wishes to proceed with still has to be taken before the Water Board for approval, but to assure the AQMD, the funding is already committed there, so there shouldn't be an absence of funding issue.
The new flare, the 0.025 pounds per million BTU, you going with that in anticipation of district's proposed rule. If the rules is not adopted yet, and from the draft language I see they're bifurcating for major source and minor source, to a 0.06 versus a 0.025, would the board, the municipal water district still committed to going to the lower one? Or when you go to your board and they say, why do you have to do this when the rule doesn't require it, what will happen then is,
When we look over the past history and the frequency of the changes, we realize that the nature of this is going to be to further reduce emissions in the future. And rather than putting in one now at 0.06 and in 5 years or 7 years being required to change that, we're going to commit to putting in an ultra-low efficiency flare now.
Okay, thank you.
Senator.
I asked you a question early on, and I was told regarding exhaust size or the pressure. What was ideal? You said an engineer would answer that question.
That is correct. I would have to refer to our maintenance mechanics, who would actually be the ones who could tell you exactly what those pressure limitations are.
Yeah, but somebody did discuss Exhibit 13, and they talked about exhaust size is critical. Correct? Someone did talk about that.
That is correct. Sizing of the exhaust piping is critical.
Okay, fine. Too small, fast flow. Too large, slow flow. And you don't know what ideal. What's ideal?
That I would have to defer to our maintenance mechanics
Okay,
on.
another question.
Absolutely.
The SCR plays a big role there.
I'm sorry, you're a bit.
The SCR, I'm 13. That's the device that you put online, part of the operation.
That is,
And that's a determining factor is what kind of pressure you're going to get regardless of the size of the exhaust. Correct?
that's correct. The size of the equipment for the gas,
That SCR is very difficult to build.
yes,
We know that from, you know it and from previous experience.
that's correct.
It's not off the shelf. You require a special specification for the SCR
That
to
is
be
correct.
to be able to perform a certain function as relates to the exhaust? Okay, your engineer will answer that, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
But just to be clear, the SCR, this is showing that SCR would be backed, but this is showing the infeasibility at the site, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and so instead, it's the fuel cell that you're choosing to go with,
That's correct.
okay?
The SCR plays a major role in whether or not you can achieve what you want.
They are not going with the SCR.
Pardon?
They're not implementing the SCR.
Is the SCR being used in this line operation at all?
No, this,
Oh, okay.
This was merely, my understanding, was this slide, which they were not planning on showing until I asked the question, was to show merely why it is infeasible in terms of back pressure.
It's confusing.
Ms. Burke?
I just wanted to know if you had a chance to give me a ballpark number as to the cost that the city, the district will be, the department is paying out.
right.
Go ahead.
Okay, we spent $875,000 for the capital costs towards the POGT project. For the resultant projects, we have $13 million. And then there are the operational costs, but my understanding is that you're looking at the capital costs alone?
Well, I'd like to know what you're committing in total. So if you can, I'll break those down if you just tell me what they are, and then I can see what.
Absolutely. So the costs to operate the fuel cell system are estimated at $24.5 million over a 20-year life cycle cost.
Okay.
The cost to operate on a fuel cell system, pardon me while I look in this book. I'm sorry, the number I expected to find isn't the one indicated here. So it was.
It's okay. I think I have a handle for what all the cost is going to be over maybe the next year, or couple years or so, commitment on behalf of the department. So that's fine. Thank you.
Senator has a
Would
follow-up.
back pressure play any role, be a determining factor in your fuel cell system at all?
No, not to my understanding.
Okay.
And Senator, will you still need an additional witness with regard to that? Having this now in a perspective?
So I don't know. Doesn't, okay, we'll move on.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the board or Ms. Honey-Zavra before we move on? Okay. Oh, no. I hear a click. Mr. Vergara, then you can introduce your next witness. And thank you, Mr. Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, there we go. Our next witness is Jennifer Shepherdson. Sorry.
Good morning, Chair. Allison Ackerman. I will be examining Ms. Shepherdson. Ms. Shepherdson, can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Jennifer Shepherdson, last name spelled S-H-E-P-A-R-D-S-O-N.
And were you sworn in as a witness earlier today?
I was.
Do you understand that you're testifying under oath today?
I do.
Okay. What is your role at the department?
I am the Director of Environmental and Regulatory Compliance with the San Bernardino Water Department.
How long have you held that role at the department?
I've been employed by the department for approximately 7.5 years and in the director position for a little over 6.
And what are some of your responsibilities in that role?
I currently oversee the environmental compliance, which is water, wastewater, and air quality. I also oversee safety, risk management, and 2 new sections that just came over to my side last month are the pretreatment for the wastewater as well as water quality for drinking water, Title 22 standards.
And are you familiar with the permits that cover the internal combustion engines that the department is seeking variance for today?
I am.
And in your role as the Director of Environmental and Regulatory Compliance, do you and your staff calculate and report the emissions for the department's internal combustion engines?
Yes.
Did you and your staff calculate the excess emissions from the subject internal combustion engines for the term of the variance?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Can we get the slide?
You need a slide, it's right there.
When calculating the excess emissions, did you use the prescribed AQMD calculation methodology?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And did you and your staff engage in and consult with district staff regarding these calculations?
Yes.
And did district staff find your calculations reasonable?
Yes.
Okay. And what are the expected excess emissions during the term of the variance from the internal combustion engines?
We calculated that based on our current permit limits. We took the current permit limits, minused out the Rule 11 10.2 limits that come into play January 1st per staff's request. And you'll see on the slide that we're looking at for based on permit limits, our pounds per day of NOx is expected to be 18.53 for option A, 762.73 for option, or I'm sorry, for CO for option A, and for VOC 47.89 for option A, and option B and C are listed there as well.
And the district is not seeking variance under option B or C today, correct?
The department, no.
Department,
No.
thank you. And is it possible to use a different emission data point when calculating excess emissions? For example, you could use permit limits as you did in the table on the left column, and then you could also use what could be termed as anticipated actual excess emissions based on source testing data?
Yes, it is.
And would those 2 different calculations yield different results?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe that the excess emissions presented here today represent a reduction of excess emissions to the maximum extent feasible that the department can achieve during the terms of the variance, given the various operational and cost constraints that Mr. Stewart testified to earlier?
I do.
Okay. Are you familiar with District Rule 303K?
Yes.
And what does this rule govern?
This rule governs hearing board fees as well as excess emission fees.
Okay. Is there an alternate arrangement through which the department would prefer to pay the excess emission fees under Rule 303K?
Yes, we would like to pay them on a quarterly basis and pay for actual emissions rather than the theoretical permit limits.
And the slide 26 shows the difference in what those costs could be if you were to pay based on permit limits versus actual emissions. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. No further questions.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to pass over to Ms. Sunny-Zava in a minute, but I just wanted to ask, when you say you would like to pay on actual versus permit limits, are you asking about, are you requesting, I don't know if it would be over the minimum daily amount that's in Rule 303 or for emission, but are you asking for that?
Well, no, when you calculate based on permit limits, our current permits that we have right now in place, and you subtract out the new limits that are January, those limits, or the pounds per day of the pollutant that is expected are much higher than our engine's actual calculated pounds per day, what we're actually releasing.
I do understand that, but under the rules, and I don't have exactly the rules section, if you're not over a certain threshold in pounds per day, there's a minimum requirement, or you're not asking for relief from that? Okay.
No.
And Ms. Ackerman saying no. Okay, thank you. That was the only question. Ms. Honeysauer, do you have questions?
Can we have a few minutes off the record to review the calculations with staff?
How many minutes would you need?
5 minutes?
Okay, let's go off the record for 5 minutes. We're off
Thank
the
you.
record.
Additional 5 minutes so we can confer with petitioners about the excess emissions calculations.
Okay, we are back on the record. Ms. Hanizavra, did you have enough time to go over those numbers?
Yes, I just have one question and one comment, if I can. Ms. Shepherdson, would the department be willing to base emissions on actual fuel usage since there's no continuous emissions monitoring?
Yes, we would.
Okay, and so we, at the district, we don't have any objection to the quarterly payments. We leave that up to the discretion of the board, but we wanted those calculations done a different way.
I'm sorry, wait,
Oh, the district does not object to the quarterly payments. We leave that up to the discretion of the board, whether or not you are okay with their request to pay in quarterly installments.
there was also the request, though, to pay based on actual rather than waiting for an adjustment to actual. Is there a position of the district on that?
So, we'd like to base the emission calculations on actual fuel usage, but the emission factors will still be based on permitted levels.
Okay, and so that is different from the position, Ms. Ackerman, of what you're requesting?
It is. It is, but through our talk, I understand the reasoning. The source test data is measuring fuel flow and exhaust and all the variables of the engine at a specific discrete time. And for the permit limit, using that emission factors, since it's the ceiling number, it will show we won't be going over the permitted level. And we'll use our actual fuel usage to find the throughput and find the pounds per day of NOx, CO, as well as VOC, and pay based on the actual fuel usage using the safer pounds per million standard cubic feet emission factors as designated by the permit limit, not by our calculated limit.
If I may, Ms. Shepherdson, is the purpose of the table at the bottom of this slide simply to support the department's position that it would be advantageous to pay the excess emission fees based on actual emissions, based on the fuel consumption data as requested by the district, rather than paying upfront based upon the permit limits?
It is, and the quarterly payment request is due primarily to, as Director Stewart stated, we are a public agency, and for making any large payments, we have to get our board's approval. That has to be agendized, so sometimes that takes a couple weeks, and I don't want to fall off if we can't get a meeting or there's no quorum to actually get approval for paying of those fees.
Okay, so on a break, for the attorneys, so on a break, we would have a new proposed condition 9 with regard to an agreement as to the parties to pay fees quarterly based on a schedule with the first payment due, and we would have a date as to that, and to specify that it's based on actual fuel usage and whatever else needs to be specified in that condition. So if somebody could draft a new condition number 9 on a break under those, and I'm assuming that is what is agreed upon by both sides.
That sounds right, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. And Ms. Hanizavra, did you have any other questions as to the testimony?
No additional questions from the district.
Okay. Senator, you have questions?
On page 26, once again, the one you're looking at, My question is then, if the permitted limit is as it is, you never anticipate exceeding that under any circumstances, is that correct?
That's correct for our current permit, not for the January 1st, 2019 limits. That's why we're requesting the variance.
Which your January 21st permits?
I'm sorry, the limits on our current permits for our Caterpillar engines, the 2 Caterpillar engines, for our NOx is 30. I'm sorry, I need to refer to my notes, please.
Please take your time.
Thank you. I'm sorry, for our Caterpillar engines, our current permit limit is 45. On January 1st, the Rule 1110.2 language changes that to 11 parts per million at 15% oxygen. The CO currently is at 2,000. The rule changes it to 250. And the VOCs is at 250, and the rule changes it to 30. That's for both the digester gas-fueled Caterpillar engines number 2 and number 3. All other of the digester gas engines under the variance have current permit limits of where the NOx is equal to 36. That number would change to 11. The CO is 2,000, that would change to 250, and the VOC is at 250, and that would change to 30. So we are only asking for the variance for the difference between our current operating permits and the Rule 1110.2 that becomes in effect on January 1.
They're not itemized in your report, though. Those limits are not itemized here.
They're in the backup calculations, Senator.
Are those
yeah,
the
okay.
backup
All
that
right,
are
all right.
provided?
I'm sorry.
Just to be clear, are they provided as part of the as part of the,
Did we include the?
The permit calculations that Ms. Shepherdson is referring to have not been admitted as an exhibit. We do have them to admit them as an exhibit, but to the extent that the department is here requesting a variance, the applicable rule provision that we're requesting variances from is listed in the petition.
do you need, do you
I sure
require
like to see,
additional?
it helps me at least
Sure.
see what you got.
I think it's
Is it the same?
this is the calculations. Can
This is
you?
the permit limits at PPN at 15%. That's 11. That's 250. And that's 30.
Okay.
And these are the Rule 11 limits. It's at 15% O2.
Ms. Shepherdson, once the clerk has passed out the exhibit 14,
We're going to mark these calculations as Exhibit 14.
could you please walk through the changes between Rule 1110.2 as currently applies to the department today and the limits that will apply to the department as of January 1st of 2019? So simply to highlight so Senator Holden can see the difference between NOx, CO, and VOC limits from today as will be in effect on January 1.
Yes. We're permitted based on the pollutants, parts per million at 15% oxygen. So for example, on the digester gas, if you look at major row 2 under Cat 2 for digester gas, you will see for NOx ppm at 115, or I'm sorry, at 15%, the emission rate number there is actually calculated based on a calculation or a measurement from our actual source test. But if you look at the permit limit, that 45, that's a hard number. That is the limit we have to be under in our written permit or we're out of compliance. Now, come January 1, that 45 goes down to 11 parts per million. So that's just for the NOx. And if you look at for CO, it's more drastic because we go from 2,000 parts per million to 250 parts per million. So our permit limits right now are for Rule 1110.2 as it stands before January 1st are much higher than they are come January 1st. The January 1st numbers basically make digester fuel equivalent to natural gas limits.
Jennifer, does this Excel spreadsheet in your testimony simply bolster the department's request and need for a variance from the Rule 1110.2 limits as applied to the department as of January 1?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, let me just, Senator, did you have additional questions? No. Mr. Balago-Palan.
I'm actually confused in how the excess emission has been calculated. Let me take you back to your petition first. In response to questions number 19, I don't know if you have that. And it's really to Ms. Shepherdson, so.
Do you have a specific question?
Yes. So, you know, for NOx, if you look at NOx, so if you look at column A, it's showing the estimated emission 4.32, and we'll get to what, right now the representation is a little different, and then you had mitigation as a negative, so you're reducing by 0.44, so the net is actually showing an increase when it should be a decrease, so I just wanted to point that out. So when you minus minus, it becomes a plus, so it should have been
Understood that those values were.
Your microphone is off.
Thank you. Those values were based on before we looked at operational strategy, and we know that there'll be negatives, but we were using, again, our actual emission rates, pounds per hour, minus the Rule 1110.2 limits that will be in place January 1 to get to pounds per hour of excess emissions that are expected. So you'll see with the negatives, at some times, our emission rates based on our source tests are actually lower than what the pounds per hour allowable under the permit or under the rule limits are. So that's why, I mean, the discrete time change as far as with source test data, if we just look at the data for the actual rule limits and we use those pounds per hour multiplied by the throughput of fuel, we get the pounds per day.
I understand that. What I'm trying to explain is in table 19 is very specific. It's asking what's your emission, baseline emission, essentially what is it you're doing to mitigate, and then what's the net, and it doesn't compute. Let me move on. I just want to point that out. But I'm going to exhibit 9, actually, where the calculations that you provided, the baseline calculations and the excess emission calculation, that is no longer valid then because your slide is showing different numbers.
We updated it based on the operational strategies and percentage of use by the engines that our operator, superintendent, and Mr. Stewart created for the best strategy for the department to use. So that's a mix of looking at natural gas fueled, digester gas fueled, or electric engines for certain percentages of the year at certain percentages of the day. So it was modified emission factor rate.
So is your contention that Exhibit 14 should replace what was provided in,
Yes, sir.
okay. Now, what's your understanding of how, when you talk about permit limits and rule limits, right? As of January 1, 2017, you were supposed to meet the rule limits, but you got 4 exemptions, more time until end of this year. So there's 2 periods of excess emission. If the variance is granted today, the rule doesn't quite kick in, so you're still governed by the permit limit because you got, and then after January 1, 2019, would you agree that it's the rule limits that overrides the permit limits?
Yes, sir.
So then the excess emission should be based on the rule limits.
Yes, sir.
So there are 2 periods, really. So your calculation, and I don't need to go through your calculation, I think you need to work it out with the district staff. I just want to point out there are really 2 discrete excess emission points, for the, till today, if you grant the variance until the end of the year, and then from moving forward, the excess emission, any excess emission is any emissions beyond what is allowed by the rule.
We understand that.
Okay, so, and I wanted to point that out, and I suggest you sit down with staff and work, and because we don't have to, I think all we need to do is to test there's excess emission, and that will be calculated, and staff will, work out with staff the procedure to work that out. But it's just a little confusing how it's been presented,
I understand.
May I think they're asking for the variance to begin January 1st, 2019. Are you saying 2 different periods
no.
now till the end of the
Oh,
year?
okay, I'm sorry. I thought
Because they
if
would
we
not
grant the
be,
variance-
they won't be in violation until January 1st, 2019.
Right, and then in that, I'm sorry, I thought, okay. Then any calculation they should make, then there's no 2 discrete, there's only, my apologies, then there's only what is above the rule limits. You're not even looking at permit limits, what has you done here? So your excess
Understood.
emission shouldn't be, it's, my mind is incorrect, but you can work that out with staff and, come up with a better estimation of excess emission.
During the break, we did talk about that and using the rule limit emission factor for our actual throughput fuel, so that will cover that issue.
Yeah, the emission factor is one thing, but the limit that you're looking at access, if it's 11 ppm, and if you go 45 ppm, the access is based on the delta between the 2.
Understood.
Okay, that's what I wanted to point out. So you may want to meet with staff again and make sure that both are on the same page on how the excess emission should be calculated.
Understood.
Thank you.
I had questions. Is there any, are there any reductions due to mitigations that we should be looking at?
It's difficult when you look at the next slide, because you look at option A, which is what Director Stewart and our operator superintendent have chosen, what the department has chosen to go with. And it looks like we're producing quite a lot of emissions based on digester gas. And if you look, though, we produce emissions when we switch over to the different options on natural gas as well. It just gets transferred to the natural gas engines. So the numbers don't vary too terribly, but the mitigation, I would say, would be based on our operation strategy, and I would defer to our operations superintendent or Mr. Stewart to further clarify.
Okay, thank you. And maybe,
If I may ask the witness a clarifying question that may also answer your question.
yes, Ms. Ackerman.
Ms. Shepherdson, is operational strategy A, which is the strategy chosen by the department for the variance, the result of looking at the various possible strategies and the strategy that does provide mitigation of excess emissions?
Yes.
Thank you.
And is that because of you mean overall in terms of the different types of engines and their different types of fuel, not just, less use of, well, is that the reason?
Yes, ma'am, and we do have permit limits on what engines could be used at any given time.
Okay, thank you. That is very helpful. Anyone else have questions for the witness? Seeing none. Was that all of your witnesses then?
That's all our witnesses, Madam
Okay.
Chair.
Okay, then let's continue then. Ms. Honeyzava, you had mentioned in your opening that you do not plan to affirmatively call witness. Has that changed, or should we open it up if there's any questions?
Correct. Again, I have Harry Moon, air quality engineer, and Alicia Lewis, air quality inspector, who are available to respond to any questions.
Okay, and I assume the answer is no, but Mr. Vergara, Ms. Ackerman, do you have any questions for any district witnesses?
We don't, Madam Chair.
Okay. Board members, would you like to hear from either of the available witnesses? Mr. Balagopalan would.
So let me just introduce him. So good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Hi, my name is Harry Moon, last name Moon.
And your title here at the district?
I'm an air quality engineer.
And have you taken the oath this morning?
Yes.
So, Mr. Moon, I know you didn't have probably much time to review the calculation shown in Exhibit 14, but based on what was provided to you, do you agree with how the petitioner has calculated emissions?
So I did review their calculations that were based on the source test data, and I did confirm that their pounds per hour values were reasonable given their source test data.
Right, and so excess emissions, they're going to use actual test data and flow rate to estimate the actual emissions, and what are they going to use for baseline to estimate excess emissions?
Well, that'll be based on the new rule limits that'll be in effect January 1st of 2019.
2019. So that'll be essentially the baseline, and then whatever else is measured is excess emission, basically.
Correct.
Okay. So, so it's, okay, and as long as I think that's the understanding, and it's, looked at that way, then I think I'm okay with it, because I see a discrepancy with, actually, in Exhibit 9, they did show the calculation baseline quite well done, and then with the proposed option A, even though I think there was some error in it, but it showed the before and after, but I don't see that in Exhibit 14. So I just strongly suggest going back and reviewing how the petitioner has calculated excess emission and come up with an agreement how it should be done.
Yeah, we will do that.
Thank you.
Since you're here, Mr. Moon, and you're looking at Exhibit 14, I'm trying to just understand because, I know a lot about legal stuff, but I'm a little lay in terms of these calculations. So I'm trying to understand, we heard 2 sets of excess emissions data, and then we heard a request to refine it even further. We heard, based on the permit limits, we heard 18.53 pounds per day NOx, 762.73 CO, and 47.89 VOC. And then we heard source test of 11.3 pounds per day NOx, 75.79 CO, and 13.08 VOC. This is a little small for me. So I'm wondering if you're in agreement as to the excess emissions calculations at this point, what numbers are we looking at for what should be expected as opposed to where would it fall if you know?
Well, in terms of the expected number, I can't say for certain because that would depend a lot on the actual operation of the engine. But like I mentioned before, the pounds per hour values that were based on the source test data are reasonable given the provided source test data.
And what are, can you, where did I find that on Exhibit 14, just so that I can,
So those are the total pounds per hour value for NOx, CO, and VOC, which is 2.15 for NOx.
okay. So that's at the very bottom?
Right.
Okay. So it's that first column at the very bottom?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Probably should have asked, but I didn't. Anyone else have questions for Mr. Moon? Oh, Mr. Balago-Palan has another. Senator, did you have as well?
First column at the bottom, what does that represent?
That's
Starting with the
calculated
NOx
excess.
2.15. What, you got two, you got one column, you got two columns, you got three columns. What does the first column represent?
The first column,
At the bottom?
oh, that represents the pounds per hour emission for the total emission for NOx, CO, and VOC.
Or the other is pound per day, I see. Pounds per day. It changes when you go to the column, the second column and the third column.
Those are pounds per day, correct?
They
Mr.
both
Moon?
say pounds per day.
And those are based on like the actual throughput for
Like
the
what?
actual usage of the engine.
Which one?
The pounds per day values?
In each
Uh,
column?
no, in
Column
this-
2 and 3?
Yes, the second column.
Why do you need both columns? Column 2 and column 3? If they're all pounds per day.
Would it make more sense to go back?
I think it might make more sense for petitioner to explain the exhibit since they created it.
And sorry, I should have asked these questions, but I was looking at the numbers and I realized I didn't know the answer. But Ms. Shepherdson, we'll go back to Ms. Shepherdson though, to explain these a little better.
Column 1 is the pounds per hour. Column 2 is pounds per million standard cubic feet. That is also considered the emission factor. That value you multiply by the throughput of fuel that's going into the engine, and you divide by 365 to get the pounds per day of expected pollutant. And then we added all those up based on whether it was NOx, CO, or VOC.
And column 3?
Column 3 is pounds per day. That's taking column 2, which is the emission factor, and you're multiplying it by the fuel that we send through on an annual basis to that engine and dividing it by 365 days to get a pounds per day calculation going through that specific engine based on that specific fuel use.
Looking at this Exhibit 14, how would I know that?
It is rather small, I apologize, but the column, the titles on the columns is pound per hour, pounds per million standard cubic feet, and pounds per day.
That's the calculation at the bottom, I see.
Yes, and it's listed at the top, Senator, here, under the columns, the individual columns. The calculation at the bottom doesn't add up the emission factors, which is the pounds per million standard cubic feet. It only adds up our hourly that we calculated and the pounds per day. Because again, it's specific to each engine based on how much fuel is being used by those engines and the heat value of those engines, or those specific fuels, pardon me.
Okay. Anyone have any other questions for Ms. Shepherdson before we move to Mr. Moon? Did you have a question for?
Yeah, just a clarification.
From Ms. Shepherdson?
Ms. Shepherd, so I think looking at it closer, the column to the very right, the excess emission calculation, actual value versus Rule 1110.2 limits, and that's based on option A, some engines taken out of service, right?
That is based on option A and using emission rates that were based on our actual.
Source test.
Yes, our
Okay.
source test.
So then this actually calculates quite the way it's supposed to, the excess emission based on, option A. And so the excess emission, as of January 1, 2019, is the number that you're given there, 11.3 for NOx, CO as 75.79, and about 13.08 pounds for VOC, based on option A that you're going to be utilizing to sort of mitigate some of the emissions. What you were trying to show that for NOx was essentially of 18 was showing prior to the rule taking the option A being exercised, your excess emission as of now is about 18. So after January 1, with option A, your emissions will be lower. It'll be at 11.30 using NOx as an example.
Is that correct?
Is that correct? I'm sorry.
Actually, how we calculated those excess emissions on the right when we're comparing actual values to the rule limit, we are taking our current emission rate and subtracting the emission rate for the rule that comes in effect January 1 to get a pounds per hour. Then we find the emission factors similarly to what we did in the emission for the permit limits column that we were talking about. It's the same calculation, but the actual pounds per hour are based on our actual pounds per hour that we see, that we talk to the district and they would prefer that we use the permit value, which are those columns that you see at the bottom now at NOx equals 2.15, because that's the difference of that Mr. Moon's calculation, that's the numbers that he was agreeable to from the old rule values, because that's our legal permit, subtract out the rule 1110.2 limits on January 1st, that would be considered our excess emissions. Now, if you go to the far column where we're calculating the excess emissions, that was based on our actual rate, not our permit rate, which is lower, minus the rule 1110.2. And we're basing it on our actual engine data rather than the rule limit. We were looking at a calculated value. And I understand that is discrete and it changes in time, but I wanted to show the district that's what we're actually putting out based on our source test results, but we're allowed to, based on the permit limits, to go to those higher values.
I'm confused there because as of after January 1, 2019, you cannot go, permit limit is not valid anymore, it's the rule limit.
I understand. That's why we're looking at the emission factors that are the per hour 2.15, 88.53, and 6.25 as the values we will be looking at when calculating our excess emissions.
Okay, maybe the excess emission is the emissions that's above and beyond what the rule allows during the period of the variance. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
So you look at the rule limits and then you calculate what is allowed by the rule based on, and the district is allowing you to take actual flow and, and so you can calculate the actual, the rule limit baseline calculation, so as to speak. And then you're going to, and then the excess emission is the value that you're exceeding the rule limit. And then, and using actual flow, you're calculating the delta. Correct. And I think that's what you're doing in the last three columns. So the excess emissions will be around 11.3 for NOx a day. Give or take. I mean, it'll vary depending on the flow, but each quarter or whenever you're doing the
Based on
calculation.
option A.
Yeah,
I understand.
option A. Okay, all right. I just wanted to be clear. That's what has been done, so.
I just want to be, let me just make, I just want to understand for myself. But you and the district and the petitioner are both in agreement to use as excess emissions numbers, as of now, the first column there, which is the 2.15, the pounds per hour, is that correct?
Time actual, yes, and using, yes.
Okay, so you are both in agreement, petitioner and, I know Mr. Moon said that he was, that the district is. Just want to make sure petitioner is, yes. Do you have any other questions?
But if that Mr. Shepherd gave, it sort of changes it. Let me, if I don't mind, let me ask Mr. Moon a follow-up question.
Okay, wait, let's just make sure there are no other questions for Ms. Shepherdson, so that, well, I mean, did you want to bounce back and forth, or would you like to
No, I
finish?
think, I'm okay with, I'm done with Ms.
Okay, is there any other question for Ms. Shepherdson that we brought back on? Okay, then we can go back to Mr. Moon, and you can ask your question.
So, Mr. Moon, looking at exhibit number 14, which of the, there are really two columns which calculate the excess emissions. One is based on permit limit, and one is based on Rule 1110.2 limits. Which is the sort of representative excess emission during the period of the variance?
Well, like I said earlier, the baseline should be based on the new permit limits that will be in effect January 1st of 2019.
So, which of those then, give me a value for NOx for that, based on that.
So if you're just talking about the difference, it is,
I'm not talking about the difference, I'm saying what is the excess emission during the period of the variance for NOx, for example. Should it be, well, what is it? I'm sorry, I'm not going to.
for NOx, it will be 2.15.
Oh, pounds per hour.
Right.
And, but 2.15 translate to 18.53 pounds, right?
Pounds per,
Pounds per day,
oh,
yeah.
right.
Yeah, because if you look at the third column, the pounds per hour, if based on actual versus Rule 1110.2 limits, it's 0.51 pounds per hour.
I'm not sure. Oh, I see. Okay.
So again, my question is, excess emission, is it, and just for NOx, is it based on 2.15 pounds per hour or based on 0.51 pounds per hour during the period of the variance?
It should, well, just to make it clear, the 2.15 is the difference between the current limit versus the future limit. So I guess the excess emission should be the 0.51, which compares like the rule limit versus the actual
Okay.
operational.
Thank you. That's a clarification I needed. So that's the excess emission. So then for NOx is 0.51 pounds per hour, 11.3 pounds per day. CO is 0.93, is it?
Yeah, 0.93
0.93
and 1.42 for.
and 75.79 pounds per day. And yeah, 1.42 and 13.08 pounds per day. That's the excess emission assumption during the period of the variance.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, I don't want to keep going back and forth, but now I totally do not understand. I thought, what did you mean when you said that the excess emissions were 2.15 pounds per hour and versus what you're saying now, that it's 0.51?
So before the 2.15, that's just comparing the current limit that the permits are subject to, and then you're comparing that to the January 1st, 2019 limits.
Okay, and that should be excess emissions, correct?
But the actual calculation should be, you should compare the actual operational usage of the engine and the emissions resulting from that versus the emission limits that will be in effect January 1st of 2019.
What does that give you?
Sorry?
What does that give you?
Well, I'm not exactly sure. That would depend on the actual usage of the engine.
You engineers got to get together.
Rather the engineers get together, the respondent, and then hash it out. I don't think we need to
Okay.
hash it out here, but.
No,
I'm
we
just-
do
yeah.
not, but, okay, it'll be part of our decision, but okay. I'm a little bit lost on that, but, anyone else have questions for Mr. Moon? Okay, anyone else have any other questions for the other witness of the district? Anything else we need to know?
You have another witness who's going to go through the permit, the variant, conditions and permit conditions they need variances for?
Is your question who's going to be going through the various conditions of the current permit from which we're seeking variance, or you're curious who's going to go through the proposed conditions to the variance?
No, whichever witness you have who will go through all the different variance conditions you need from the rule and permit condition.
Oh, okay. We can do that.
Okay, so the witness will be Ms. Shepherdson? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
No, I don't. I didn't get a copy of it. And for clarification, you're referring to Section 9 of the petition, where it requests to list all district rules and/or permit conditions, indicating the specific sections and subsections from which you're seeking variance relief?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So I will ask you what section you're seeking variance from, and you can answer why. Ms. Shepherdson, can you please list the various sections and subsections from Rule 1110.2 from which the department is seeking variance for the variance period?
Yes. I'm sorry. Yes. Rule 1110.2, Section D1B 2, little 2. It precludes operation of a stationary engine in a manner that exceeds the applicable emission concentration limits in Table 3B as of January 1st, 2019. The department will not meet emission limits in this table.
I'm sorry, can we move on to the, are we going through each one, or you just, that's it? Or are we going to go through each of the rule? Because I had some specific concerns on some of the sections of the rule that you're asking a variance from.
If I may, it may be easier for you to pose your question to the specific sections, or would you rather us go through
No, I
each
can
one?
do that, but I think what's the proper procedure, Ms. Sherry has, or can I go ahead?
I don't have any questions about the specific sections, but if you have questions, it would be helpful for us to know
Okay, sure.
specifically.
Let's look at the 1110, the second one, which is 1110.2 F1C. Is it Romanet 2? Oh, Romanet 2. That's a new thing I learned, but it says, in the very last sentence, in lieu of granting variance from this rule provision, the variance could specify that source testing that shows emissions exceeding only the existing permit limits will be reported and corrected. But as of January 1, it really is the rule limit, that is the variance, not because the rule limit is going to supersede the permit limit.
That is correct. So the purpose of requesting variance from this rule limit, I'm sorry. In our permit, it references both permit limits as well as the applicable rule limit. And so we would be seeking variance from the portion of our permit that references permit limits, and then instead request that the variance that applies to Rule 1110.2 limits also apply to the permit condition that uses the language permit limit or rule limit, such that we're only seeking variance from the rule limit.
Okay.
Does that
so-
answer your question?
Yeah, I think the way, because I'm not sure when the permits were issued, so the rule got amended subsequently, so some of the permits were issued earlier, so the permit limit that it was issued has been superseded by the rule limit, even though it's not reflected in the permit.
Correct.
So all purposes during the variance period, it's the rule limit that applies. It really, the permit limit is no longer, even though it's on the permit, is no longer valid because, you know, it's the rule. I'm not saying all the emission limit in 1110.2, the throughput limit is still valid and so forth, you know, some of the other, but the NOx and the CO and VOC limits should be based on the rule limit, not the permit limit.
Correct.
So that's why I was confused by showing, when you're asking only the permit limit, because the permit limit is a little bit more generous in a sense. So, you know, and the rule limit has been tightened. So, and so it should show emissions exceeding the permit limits, not the existing permit limits, is what I'm trying to point out.
Could you repeat your last sentence
What I'm
for
saying
me?
is that sentence that shows that emission exceeding the rule limits will be reported, you know.
Right, so we're seeking variance from the rule, but the way that the rule section is currently written is that emission,
Actually, let's look at F1C2. And, you know, this is a tough rule, by the way, so so let's look at F1.
oh, I can point you to the purpose of including this. So in F1C2, at the very end of the paragraph, it says, if an emission exceedance is found during any 3 phases of the test, that phase shall be completed and reported. And so we simply included that section to specify that exceedance should be defined as the rule limit rather than the permit limit, just to make that clear. Because we're seeking variance from the Rule 1110.2 limits that become effective as of January 1, 2019, and requesting to operate under our current permits until 2021. So we want to ensure that in addition to the emissions limits that Rule 1110.2 imposes, that the variance would also be carved out in such a way that we wouldn't be violating Rule 1110.2 by having an exceedance. So we listed all the various portions of 1110.2 that we need variance from during the pendency of the various resulting projects.
I'm trying to find that F1C.
If you have the rule
Yeah, I do.
printed out,
What
it's
page?
on page 24.
24. And that's C2. C2, right? Which is conduct the source testing?
We're still going to conduct
Yes,
source testing and
And,
everything. But during the pendency of the variance, we would necessarily be exceeding Rule 1110.2 limits every day.
Correct.
So rather than reporting any sort of exceedance to the district every day, we would, for the pendency of the variance, only report exceedances from the current permit limits.
Okay, that's why maybe I need some help, you know, can a source do that? Because you're asking relief from the rule limit, not, you know, I mean, the permit, I mean, you can ask relief from the permit or the rule, but if the rule supersedes the permit limit, so that's the limit that any excess emissions, in fact, is in above the rule limit. So I'm trying to figure out why you would use 2 different baseline here.
I think they're just simply saying that the rule, if they have to technically follow the rule would require reporting of exceedances every single day. And so instead, they're saying, look, we're going to continue to source test, we're going to continue to do what we need to do under the rules. However, we're not going to report that every single day. If it's over the rule limit, you know it's over the rule limit. But if it's over the permit limit, we're going to let you know. And so so they can do that, but I'm not sure if the conditions have taken that into account or if we need to specify that as part of the variance. Am I understanding that correctly?
You are, and thank you for clarifying.
So they're not superseding anything. They're simply asking for a variance, but they're carving that variance out very specifically so that they don't overstate the variance that relief that they're requesting.
Yes.
Is that a fair assessment? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Well, okay, I think one of the rule limit for one of the engines, maybe Cat 2, is 45 ppm for NOx. I think it's got a higher limit. It's coming down to 11 ppm as of January 1, 2019. So, so when you do the test, and it's not a daily testing, you're monitoring daily, but this is source testing, C2, that is done. I think the frequency is, I forget, once a year or once, so it's not a daily testing that you're done because it's a source test. So it's, so when you do the source test, and I forget what the schedule is in the rule, once a year or, or once a quarter, I have that written, I can remember it. If there's an exceedance during that source test, and then we get the data back, you would then say, okay, we have exceeded the rule limit, basically, and you need a variance from that because you will be, during this period, you will exceed the rule limits.
That's what we're requesting. So any and all source testing that would occur during the variance period would have an exceedance of Rule 1110.2 because we are not going to be in compliance with 1110.2 until September 1st, 2021. So listing this section simply alerts the hearing board that when the variance is carved out, it needs to be carved out in such a way that acknowledges the fact, in addition to the emission limits in Rule 1110.2, there are other subsections that integrate those limits and have attendant requirements, reporting the exceedances to the district being one of them.
I'm sorry, Senator, did you have a clarification you wished to?
I was just saying, it's good we're getting a clarification on how this thing operates, but the district's going to be the one to decide whether or not they're in compliance.
We need to decide
I
what we're
understand.
giving it a variance from.
I understand that, but once that's all been determined, and the request is written based on the district rule 11.02, then it's clear to me that's what it should be.
Okay, well, we need to clarify exactly what our variance relief will be.
And I think it's appropriate to request relief from that section of that rule. It's just that I don't know if you want this language also added in there, or it's just, if you're just specifically asking for relief from the section of the rule, that's fine. I think we all know that you need relief from that rule and leave it at that instead of specifying it, because here it's saying in lieu of
I'm going
granting
to stop, I'm going to
variance.
stop you there. We need to specify,
Okay, we
because
need
you
to
don't want to,
specify.
if you just say you need relief from a rule, then they don't source test. If it's a source test rule, you need to specify that specific rule and why it is, specifically what from that rule we're granting a variance.
Okay, because the way the language they added in there, in lieu of granting variance from the rule, the variance could specify,
It's up to us to
okay,
determine,
all right. So
how we're going to do it.
That's why I was having some concerns about the way it was worded in there.
Yes, to the chair's point, rather than say we need a variance from this subsection, that variance could be read to say, well, we have a variance, we're not going to source test, and that's not at all what the department is trying to seek. We're just simply stating that the source test limits are the Rule 1110.2 limits, and any and all source testing that will be occurring during the term of the variance will necessarily be over the 1110.2 limits. So rather than the hearing board granting variance from that entire section, thus maybe leaving the door open to not source tests, which we won't, the variance can simply specify what the exceedance will be of, and that exceedance could be of the current permit limits during the pendency of the variance.
And maybe that's where, and I totally agree with, the approach you're taking. The only issue I have is whether it should say why you're still going back to permit limit versus rule limit.
because the variance would be granting us relief from the imposition of Rule 1110.2 permit limits on January 1st.
And let me just ask you, so at the end of that subsection, little Romanet 2I, it says, the operator shall correct the exceedance, and the source test may be immediately withdrawn. So is it that what you're requesting relief from is having to correct an exceedance over the rule limit?
Right, because we won't be able to correct the exceedance until the digester gas beneficial use program and all of the 7 resultant projects are finished and completed, which will be September 1.
So the solution, and we don't have to go back and forth, the solution will be for us, when and if a motion is made, to be very specific as to what portion of the rule, and then to be very specific about what still applies of the rule.
Yeah, so that's, okay.
And I think we can do that without an issue.
Okay, and I think, so then the next one is, this is the next one, it's F1D Romanet 3, and this is regarding diagnostic emission checks or breakdowns.
So F1D31, or I, states for any diagnostic emission check or breakdown that results in emissions in excess allowed by this rule or a permit condition. Again, as of January 1, we will not be able to meet 1110.2 permit limit requirements. So we listed this subsection to alert the board that the variance would also need to be carved out in such a way to relieve us from correcting and demonstrating compliance or shutdown upon a diagnostic emission check that results in emissions in excess of Rule 1110.2 limits.
Yeah, I can agree on the diagnostic check showing exceedance and your rule limit, but a breakdown is a whole different matter, and there's actually language in here what to do during breakdown. And if you look at the definition of a breakdown, and I'll read that, and that's why I was having the board shouldn't give you a blanket during a breakdown, and you can say, hey, I got a variance, I can take my time to repair that. And so the breakdown, which is a little different from a diagnostic check, which you have to do daily and so forth, and show exceedance or what, but a breakdown is, and the definition of breakdown is any physical or mechanical failure or malfunction of an engine, air pollution control equipment, or related operating equipment that is not the result of operator error, neglect, improper operation that could lead to excess emission beyond the rule. Mm-hmm. So, and there's provision in the rule, which is quite generous actually, which gives you up to 3 times, for a breakdown, and the standard is in table 8, I think, which is even a higher limit that can be followed during a breakdown, so that you would, the facility would take, try to repair it within a certain time frame and not let the variance ride it and not worry about repairing due to a breakdown. I can understand the diagnostic check, you need a variance, because we know that's going to be an issue. But a breakdown, I don't know whether that should be carved out or not, and if a breakdown does occur, then the district has to notify it, and I don't know whether whether it should come in for a separate variance, or but there's provision in the rule that allows you what steps to follow during a breakdown that you can,
I would say if you have an answer to that, otherwise I'm going to suggest, I think, that we do take a lunch break, and that during the lunch break, the rules are reviewed, and in a closing statement, that the specific portions of each rule be specified as to what variance relief you are requesting, and that way we can have it all sort of enumerated for us and be very, very clear.
Madam Chair, I could answer that quickly.
Yes, please.
Breakdown procedure, we would still follow per the rule specs. All we're asking is that the permit limit that we're under right now be the ceiling there. So if we bypass that during a breakdown event, well, we would report still any breakdowns, but with excess emissions, we would document it only if it was over our permit limit, because that's where we're seeking the variance.
So if, for example, it says in Romanet 3, requirements for responding to, diagnosing, and correcting breakdowns, blah, 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 in excess of rule or permit limits, you are requesting the variance that it not include, the variance is from rule limits.
Yes.
Yes. And that statement, I'm sorry,
no, go
that
ahead.
statement can be carried through the remainder of the Rule 1110.2 sections and subsections that are listed under number 9. They are included only because they reference Rule 1110.2 limits as triggering another requirement. And we want to ensure that the variance includes relief from those discrete provisions that require rule limits not be exceeded.
And you're shortchanging yourself. Can you look at Table 8 on page 28 of the rule? For the biogas engine, the NOx ppm volume dry is 185. So it's a more generous limit during the period of the breakdown. And CO is 2,000 instead of the rule limit, which is much 11 ppm and I forget the CO limit is. So my question is, there are provisions in the rule that allows you to actually have a breakdown not to be considered a violation as long as you're below Table 8 limits, which is even higher threshold,
Right, but section, I believe it's, F1D3 also lists exceedance based on a diagnostic emissions check.
Oh, yes,
and
diagnostic,
we need to have
so I
variance
think-
from that.
Right, I
From-
agree.
from
You
the
need the
diagnostic,
diagnostic, yes,
yes.
and then,
One at a time, please.
sorry.
Just let her
I-
finish, and then you can ask questions.
So, yes, the breakdown provisions in Table 8 are gracious. Those notwithstanding, we still need to have the variance acknowledge the fact that the rule limits are imposed in that section as applied to diagnostic emission checks. And that's all we're seeking a variance from. We don't need to have higher limits based on breakdown. But for diagnostic emissions checks, it cannot be Rule 1110.2 for all the various reasons we've discussed today.
agree,
Thank you.
yes.
Okay, do you need further elucidation? Should we?
There's, one, since we, going to take a break. There's also a reference, and I'm not sure whether you need variance from that section. And let me, look at, it's on page 11, I think it's L. Let's see, it is, it's always hard to figure out which is D1.
Page 11 of the rule or of the petition?
Of the rule, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, so and this applies to new non-emergency electric generators, and I believe the new is anything after 2008, the way it's defined in the rule, it's not brand new per se. And, but there's an exemption under L5 for landfill or digester gas that meets the requirement of D1C. But since you're not going to meet the requirements of D1C, should you ask for relief from this section of the rule also, just to be covered, so you're not violating this paragraph?
Do you have another question on any, the reason why is
No,
if they
just-
need to
Yeah,
consider,
they
we
need
can
to
do that
consider,
over the
no,
lunch.
That was all I had.
Okay,
The
so-
issue with the breakdown and this reference here.
Okay.
We can consider that over the lunch. Thank you.
That sounds great. So then what we'll do is we'll take a lunch break and we will reconvene at 5 after. Will that give you, 5 after 1:05, will that give you enough time to both eat lunch and go through the rules? And then when we return, I think what we'd like is, in a closing statement, to go through each of the rules and the specific portions of which you would like a variance.
Well, I'm less concerned about just me speaking, eating lunch than I am accomplishing this. So 105 is fine with,
105 is fine, okay.
That works for us, too.
Okay, so then we'll go off the record and we will reconvene at 1:05, hopefully with closings, and we can move from there. And thank you very much. Okay, we're off the record.
Oh, no, this is.
Yes, we are back on the record, unless, does the district need more time? No, okay.
No.
So I'm going to just begin by asking if any member of the public wishes to be heard on this matter, and I see none. So I don't know who wants to give the closing, if it's Mr. Vergara or if it's Ms. Ackerman.
No, I'm gonna have Ally, 'cause it involves responding to the question about the rules and making sure that we've itemized those. So, go ahead.
So the department seeks variance only from the following Rule 1110.2 subsections: D1B2, F1C2, F1D3, and F1H. As discussed previously, these subsections cover various activities in no particular order: source testing, implementation and monitoring, breakdown, and diagnostic emissions checks. The department is not seeking a variance from the covered activities of these rule provisions. Simply the reference to the term rule limits in these subsections that trigger various reporting and/or corrective action requirements. The department will still consider to continue to comply with source testing, implementation and monitoring, and the like, and simply requests that the variance reflect that the references to the term, quote, rule limits be included in the variance. Thank you.
You
Senator,
didn't have that
question on the
before, is
floor?
that correct? The rule limits, you didn't have that before. You were not requesting exemption from that rule limit before, is that correct?
No, that's not correct. These were listed in our petition that we submitted, but we have gone back and looked through them at the request of another board member.
Do you have further closing? And I had hoped for going through the specific portions of the rule and pointing them out.
We can do it.
Because when I went through the rules, I didn't see that, I saw maybe that there would be emissions, excess emissions, but that they did not necessarily relate to rule excess emissions. And so I had certain portions that I had highlighted, and I wanted to make sure that they,
And we've done the same, so I'll go ahead.
So Rule 1110.2 D1B2 references the emission limits in Table 2 or 3A, depending upon the type of engine, and those are simply the rule limits that we've been discussing. Turning next to F1C2. I didn't tab them.
It's on page 24, just to jump in.
Thank you, Sherry. F1C2 requires the department to conduct source testing, and there are various requirements to conduct the source testing.
may I shortcut? So at the very end, it says if an emissions exceedance is found during any of the 3 phases of the test, and it again says correct the exceedance a little bit later. So then the variance you're looking for is a variance from that section as far as emissions exceedance relates to or refers to an exceedance of Rule 1110.2 limits.
Precisely.
Okay.
And may I also clarify then, because it also says resume immediately source test, and you really don't want to retest it again because you know it's going to be in violation. So because
But they do want to leave in if it is in, my understanding was if the source test is done and it is in excess of a permit limit, then they
Rule
have,
limit.
then the rules still apply.
That's true.
So
Yes.
we're only going to carve out variance relief as far as that emissions exceedance means. It's not going to apply the variances from that terminology in that section of the rule as far as it applies to the Rule 1110.2 emissions limits.
Just for clarification, because the last sentence says the operator shall correct the exceedance, and the source test may be immediately resumed. So they know, let's say they did the source test and it's once every 2 years or 876 hours, and then they chose an exceedance, they want the relief from the exceedance of the rule limit, but to require them to test it again, according to this rule, immediately resume, that means retest again, and again is going to be, probably show another exceedance, and it's an ongoing.
Only if it's of the permit. It should still apply if they have they find an exceedance of the permit limits.
I think we could take it for granted they're going to be exceeding the rule limit after
Yes.
January 1,
We
2019.
are taking
Taken
that.
for granted,
Yes,
so-
that's why they're asking for a variance, because they will
And
not have
so
the fuel cell in.
The source test will, whenever the schedule is to do the source test, it will reflect that they're exceeding the rule limits. And they need the coverage for that because,
That's
but
correct.
just the language that the source test be immediately resumed, I don't know whether we want them to immediately do another source test is the only,
If I may, we could simply craft the variance to include the language of this section and simply add after exceedance, say exceedance of Rule 1110 exceedance of permit limits. Thus, if we're in the situation where we source test, we exceed our permit limits, which we will during the term of the variance, we don't need to continue to source test to show that we're continuing to be over the limit. So an exceedance will be an exceedance of our permit limit, because we're requesting a variance from 1110.2.
Okay, but we're not amending the rule, so. we're just- we're-
Not amending the rule, but as far as reading it for clarification to get out of the
loop
the
of-
loop that
the
you
loop,
mentioned,
yeah.
yes.
And again, I just wanted some clarification. I know you keep referring to permit limit. Is the permit limit in this case the same as the rule limit?
No, well, I'll let them answer, but we had testimony
Semantics,
on that.
but
No, Rule 1110.2 as becomes effective on January 1st is not our current permit limit.
right. So if you need the relief from the rule limit,
The impending rule limit, yes.
yes, okay. But I know, but you kept referring to permit limit. That's what I'm getting, permit condition limit.
They're not asking for relief on the permit limit. They just don't want to overextend the variance to include if their source test shows an exceedance of their permit limits, then they'll act.
But that's the point I'm trying to make. Is it the permit limit or the rule limit? Because the permit limit is less stringent. The rule limit is more stringent. That's what they want the relief from, the more stringent rule limit.
That's right.
And so,
And that's what we would craft the variance relief to be, so
Okay.
that they would not have to, if they're over the rule limit but not over their permit limit, then this won't apply. They won't have to redo the source test or correct the exceedance.
the only, the permit limit really has gone away. I think as of January 1, the permit limit has been superseded by the rule limit, because the permit limit is an older permit that was issued prior to amendments of the rule. Am I correct? And so the rule limit, in a sense, supersedes any permit limit that is on the permit.
You're saying because it refers to Rule 1110.2?
Or when the permit was crafted, at that time, the rule limit was different. Subsequent amendment 2012 put a more stringent requirement on the facility to meet the rule limit. So and unfortunately, we have, the district doesn't always, quite a number of permits. They don't always reissue the permit when the rule gets amended. So, but it's understood that the more stringent standard applies, in which case this will be the rule limit, not the permit condition limit, because it's been superseded by the rule limit, even though the permit has not been changed to reflect that.
So the permit, the variance, the purpose of the variance is relief from Rule 1110.2 as of January 1st, 2019.
Correct.
During the pendency of the variance from January 1st, 2019 through September 1st, 2020, 2021, we would be operating in accordance with our current permit limits, which are in effect and compliant with other district rules and previous iterations of Rule 1110.2, but simply do not reflect the emission limits that become effective as applied to the department on January 1, 2019. So we would be operating under the terms of our current permit during the variance. And that's why we need the variance, to allow us to continue to operate under those applicable limits. And then that ties back into requesting relief from these various sections, which denote permit limits, or excuse me, which denote rule limits.
If, all we're saying is we're going to be granting, if we get there, we haven't deliberated yet, but if we do, that we would be saying it would be variance relief from 1110.2, and we'd say the subsections, as far as the term emissions exceedances refers to new rule limits as of January 1st,
Right.
2019.
And that's actually correct. Well, what I'm trying to
Okay,
say.
so then that's what we would say.
Yeah,
So
okay, yeah,
do you
okay.
find an issue with that?
No, not at all.
Okay,
Okay.
then we can move.
Okay.
Okay. And then let's move to the next subsection and which portions, so we know exactly where it's listed.
That's on page 28, and it is F1D3. Big I discusses diagnostic emission checks or breakdowns that result in emissions in excess of those allowed by, quote, this rule or a permit condition, end quote. The variance should reflect the fact that we would seek variance from the use of the term this rule, because that becomes effective January 1, and it would be, we would report exceedances that are above our permit condition. Again, requesting the same type of relief as in the previous section that Chair Prusak, discussed.
Okay, so only in subsection Romanet 3(1).
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Because as Mr. Balagopalan was pointing out, 2 has to do with the Table 8 and breakdown conditions, so
Right.
that we wouldn't be including.
Well, I think, yes.
So we would just be including that one subsection 1, and only as it applies to emissions in excess of those allowed by the rule as of January 1st, 2019.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. The next rule is
Senator had a question.
Maybe someone could explain to me at this point in time, if you fail or neglect to request an exemption from a rule, and then later on the district discovers that this is one you should have requested, what happens?
They wouldn't have variance coverage, but the point here is that they did request, but the request is a bit broad and unclear, so we're trying to clarify exactly what they're asking for.
Broad and unclear. So you're defining it then?
We are defining
More
it.
specifically.
That is correct.
Well, couldn't they have done that when they made the petition?
They did attempt to do that, and it does say that in the petition, but it wasn't clear to the board members, and so we're being very clear. Can't give variance relief unless you're clear from what rule, okay? What's the next
You
one?
understand it, don't you?
The next rule is F1H, and that is on page 31, and that should also reflect only the first subsection, which is little I, And that says the operator shall report to the executive officer or other district-approved method any breakdown resulting in emissions, quote, in excess of rule or permit emission limits, end quote. Again, we request that variance from the reference of rule limits and only be held to the standard of permit limit.
Okay, I think that's clear. Is that clear for everyone?
Maybe I'm not getting it. When we look at the rule, the permit emission limit is, and maybe I can get, the permit emission limit, in a sense, it's an older limit that has been superseded by the rule limit.
It will be superseded on
As of
January 1st.
First, correct.
Today,
Today,
as we're
it's-
sitting
it's
here, it
fine,
is
yeah.
not superseded.
But the variance is for the period when, as of January 1.
Correct.
So any violation will be anything that's exceeding the rule limit, not the permit limit.
Every day that we are in operation after January 1st, our emissions will be over and above those allowed by Rule 1110.2. So we're requesting that the variance allow us to continue to operate in accordance with our current permit, and that we be held, and that the variance allow us to, in a sense, exceed Rule 1110.2 emission limits simply only for the pendency of the variance and only to the terms that we discussed here today. So the current permit is not a stale permit that's been around for 20 years. It has been updated and reflects various other rule amendments and updates, but as of January 1, we have new, more onerous emission limits, and that's why we're here today.
Right, so but when you refer back to the permit limit, then it's creating a disconnect in my mind, and I'm not sure if I,
We're not going to refer back to the
No,
permit limits.
okay, all right.
We're simply going to say as it applies to the new limits under
Okay, all
1110.2,
right,
in effect, January 1st, 2019.
all right, I'll stop.
And that way we'll be very clear.
Okay.
Because I think you make a very good point about the permit limits changing.
Yeah.
Okay, that's clear. Okay, thank you very much. Do you have additional closing? Okay, so you don't want to wish to sum up the other findings?
Just as a clarification, in your board package, you had,
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. Well, I'm sort of lost in. Sorry, Madam Chairman. Well, you know, the fact is that that we're faced with a choice. I mean, we come January 1, 2019, we can either continue operating in violation of Rule 1110.2, or what? We can shut down, but that's really an impossibility. And we can't curtail, because both of those choices are just not impossible, but they're unreasonable. Thank you. So our only real avenue in this, and we've been working with AQMD staff for some time on this, is to seek this variance. And I believe that under the circumstances, that's the only reasonable approach. And so we request that it be granted.
Thank you very much. Ms. Honey-Zavra, would you like to make a closing?
Yes, good afternoon, Chairwoman Prusak and members of the board. Based on the evidence that's been presented here, the district still does not oppose the granting of the variance subject to the proposed conditions that we've submitted and that we've shared with petitioner. I understand there may be some changes to those conditions coming up, but again, we're not opposed to the granting of the variance. I do want to make one note, and I think this is probably the best place to do it. In the increments of progress that have been submitted to the board by petitioner, sorry, let me grab them. The second to last, on my copy, it's subsection 9, and I think it is on yours too. It says that the department and district staff shall meet at the close of each quarter for a status conference, at which the department will present evidence of its continued progress to date and present an updated schedule that demonstrates rule compliance by the expiration date of the regular variance. I just want to note that it's an understanding between the district and the department that the department will submit a written report at the close of each quarter, and if the written report generates questions by district staff, then we will call for a meeting between the department and the district.
And that is our understanding.
Okay, so do you want to change the language then?
Sorry, yes. I will change the language to state, the department shall submit at the close of each quarter a status update,
Written.
a written status update, presenting evidence of its continued progress to date, and present an updated schedule that demonstrates rule compliance by the expiration date of the regular variance. Should the district have questions regarding the update, a meeting will be held, or the district will call a meeting or schedule a meeting between itself and the department.
And would you like to choose a date for the first status update beginning
April? No, we said quarterly, March, I'm sorry, it'd be March.
quarterly, so I would assume it would have to be after March. So if there's a date certain, and then we could do it quarterly on that date? Maybe pick we can do a quarterly written status update on the 10th of every month, or the 15th of every month, beginning with
15th?
15th?
Yeah.
So would that be acceptable to the district to have it say, shall submit at the close of each quarter on the 15th of the following month, a written status update beginning on April 15th, 2019?
Yes, and can I slightly change the second sentence? Should the district have questions regarding the update, the department will make themselves available for a meeting.
Agreed.
Okay, and I'll have Ms. Honeyzava read that at the appropriate time so that the clerk can take it down in an easier manner. Thank you. And I also, along those lines, I know we got off track, or not off track, but we got on a different track with the rules. And so we do not have a revised condition 9 with regard to the agreement of the parties on quarterly emission fees and what they would be based on. I don't have language for that.
So I do have some revised language, yes.
Thank you.
So number 9 will read, petitioner shall pay all applicable fees to the clerk of the board. Failure to do so will result in the variance's invalidation pursuant to Rule 303K, except for excess emissions fees, which shall be paid on a quarterly basis with the first payment due, I left a blank for the date.
Does it make sense to do the same? April 15th?
Okay. And then, which shall be paid within 15 days of notification in writing that fees are due unless otherwise ordered by the hearing board. And then I have a second sentence.
Does that within 15 days of notification in
We don't
writing?
need it that way.
We could just say on a quarterly basis on the 15th of the following month with the first payment due
Okay,
April 15th.
okay. And then I have a second sentence. You had asked for sort of the basis for the calculations. So petitioner shall pay excess emission fees based on the daily fuel consumption in each of the 5 internal combustion engines, multiplied by an emission factor for each ICE that is derived from the difference between the Rule 1110.2 emission limits in effect prior to January 1st, 2019, and the limits in effect on and after January 1st, 2019.
Is that acceptable?
That's acceptable.
Okay. Are there any other, did you complete your closing before we had gotten into?
Yes.
Okay. So, and were there any other changes to conditions or the increments of progress on either side?
No.
No.
Okay, thank you. Okay, board members. Well, let's get into the discussion, shall we? I'm happy to start. I do believe that the findings can be made, and I'll just go through them quickly, and if anyone has anything to add, that would be wonderful. Obviously, the first finding can be made as of January 1st, 2019. That's when the new rule limits go into effect, and that's when, obviously, the existing equipment will not meet those rule limits. So finding 1 can easily be made. As far as finding 2, beyond reasonable control, I first want to point out again, it's been pointed out, but we should point out for deliberation that this is an essential public service. And so we do take that into account when we're considering the findings in number 2. And so whether it's beyond the reasonable control of the petitioner, the conditions that they're in, they did attempt to, with the full knowledge and approval of the district, to prove compliance of an alternative technology. They attempted that for, well, it was a period of 6 years, but apparently it wasn't on site until 2015, but it was a period of a number of years. And we heard testimony that up until fall of 2017, they still truly believed it would be a viable option. But as soon as it was determined not to be commercially viable, as of February 2018, they stopped it at that point. That left them with a little less than a year before the new compliance limits go into effect. And I do believe it was beyond their reasonable control to be in compliance as of January 1st, given the extent to which they are going to have to construct and redo this entire facility to attempt to meet those limits using fuel cell and a completely different technology, which also requires about 6 additional projects on top of that. So for all those reasons, I do believe it's beyond their reasonable control. And as part of that, I also wanted to mention, I know we had questions with why not come for a variance back in February, but Health and Safety Code 42352.5 tells us we should also consider in beyond reasonable control efforts not only to seek a variance, but to comply. And we saw the timeline that after February, they immediately spoke with the district, immediately began studying what alternatives were available, and then as soon as that was done in June, moved immediately into the design phase, which is not yet done. So, for all those reasons, I can find it's beyond their reasonable control, and it certainly it would be an arbitrary or well, it'd be a practical closing elimination of a lawful business, I think, but an arbitrary or unreasonable taking a property to say that they cannot operate. And again, it's an essential public service, and it would be an unreasonable burden on the public. So that waste is not going to stop. Closing or taking would be without a corresponding benefit in reducing air contaminants. We did see that it's questionable as to what the amount actually will be, of excess emissions, but the actual amount, according to the source testing, was significantly lower than their permit limits. And so it doesn't look as though it will be extremely significant, but it is significant. But I don't believe it's without a corresponding, I believe I can make the finding, because I think you can't shut down this wastewater system, and it certainly outweighs the excess emissions. And again, those excess emissions are already occurring. It's not like there was a breakdown and they're polluting more. It's just they're not tightening those limits as quickly as the rule would otherwise require. Curtailment's not an option here, that's clear. Reducing excess emissions, we heard testimony with regard to option A, B, C, and they're going to be going with the option that is going to, the testimony is reduce excess emissions as much as possible, or the emissions as much as possible. And monitoring, I know they're going to be doing monitoring fuel usage, and I believe that's taken care of in the conditions, even though there's not a SEMS at the property. Does anyone have any other thoughts on the findings? Ms. Byrd and then Mr. Balagopalan.
Yes. I just want to say that it would be more of a public health hazard if they were not allowed to continue. And I think we've heard this before when we've had wastewater treatment facilities. I did think it was interesting that they, in February, after doing their demonstration, they did determine that it was not achievable in the near term, and it sounds like because they did not want to continue to put their efforts into something that they did not know when it would be achievable, they decided to move on, which I think is a prudent thing. At some point, you got to cut your losses and move forward. So they have invested money into this project, which, in my opinion, when money is put into a project, it makes people move a little bit more. There's $13 million for capital expenses. They'd already put in $875,000. They're operating in a community where the population is primarily low income, or at least below the median income for the state of California. There have been a lot of issues, I know, in San Bernardino, the city of San Bernardino, that have caused economic depression over the years. I was a little concerned with maybe the timeline, but one of the comments that I remember from testimony was that it takes at least 9 months to a year just to obtain a blower, so that adds some time in here, as well as they are moving forward to try to get into compliance as soon as they can by at least getting their permit applications expedited with the district, and that will cut some time from the process. And then the excess emission fees, this wasn't testimony because I think it was mentioned by the attorney and not by an individual witness, but excess emission fees, knowledge of having to pay them is sometimes an incentive to move forward, especially when you're under a tight budget. So I think that they have some things in place that will help them move forward and not delay at least as much as they can move forward. So I think that, as you mentioned, that we can make all the findings.
Thank you, and thank you for mentioning how long this variance is being requested, and that there's good reason to believe that they'll be moving as quickly as possible. Mr. Balagopalan.
I also agree that this is essential public services, and they've identified all the measures that reasonably that they can take to come into compliance. And I think the fact that they did the study and the beneficial use program and identified 5 different areas that they can do to reduce emission, which includes electrifying some of the pump stations and so forth, I think, and using the technology, using the fuel pump will help to reduce emissions. And it also based on petitioner's exhibit number 14, based on calculation, with option A that they're choosing, they will actually reduce about 7 pounds a day of NOx, and I'm sure, I didn't calculate the other 2 emissions, the difference. So I think they've, and also I wanted to add that they also took a proactive approach in looking at putting a new low-use flare that will, where most of the, if whatever's not used by the engines or the fuel pump is going to be flat, and that's a more efficient, and it's one of the, it's a proposed rule, but I think they've been proactive in getting that flare, so that's a good thing. That'll, down the road, also help to reduce excess emissions by flaring when they need to. So, so I think on that basis, I think they've met all the 6 findings, and and I'm okay with, subject to the variance condition to approve the variance.
Thank you. Anyone else have any thoughts on the variance or any thoughts on the findings? Okay, so I will offer up a motion. Sorry. In the matter of City of San Bernardino Municipal Water Department, case number, I'm looking because this is not our usual variance petition. Where's the case number? 6124-1. Thank you, 612, what she said, 6124-1. I move that we grant a regular variance that would begin January 1st, 2019 and end, I was laughing because I noticed that you actually had a typo and requested it through 21/21, but we're going to grant it through September 1st, 2021, or until final compliance, whichever occurs first. And it will be for the 5 engines that are listed in number 6 in the table in the petition, those ICEs and cogen engines. And it will be, I should say, for the facility that is located 399 Chandler Place, is that correct? Okay, San Bernardino. And it is, let's see if we can get these rules down. It is from Rule 1110.2 D1B Romanet 2, as far as the new emission limits that will go into effect January 1st, 2019. From Rule 1110.2 F1C Romanet 2. Sorry, I have to now find the rule. Did I lose? No, here it is.
Page 28.
As far as it applies to emissions exceedances, the definition of emission exceedances, as far as that refers to an exceedance of Rule 1110.2 limits that go into effect January 1st, 2019. Similarly, Rule 1110.2 F1D Romanet 3. In one of that, Romanet 3, Section 1 of that, as far as emissions in excess of those allowed by the rule refers to the rule limits that go into effect January 1st, 2019, and Rule 1110.2 F1H Romanet 1. Similarly, as far as emissions in excess of rule or permit emission limits refer to the 1110.2 rule limits that go into effect January 1st, 2019. Also from Rule 203B, as refers to several conditions in the permits of the 5 engines, and those are further listed in the table in paragraph 9 of the petition. I further move that we adopt the proposed variance conditions that are found in Exhibit A, with the only change being I'm going to ask Ms. Hanizavra to read into the record the newly amended condition 9.
Okay, I will do my best. So condition number 9 should state, petitioner shall pay all applicable fees to the clerk of the board. Failure to do so will result in the variance's invalidation pursuant to Rule 303, paragraph K, except for excess emissions fees, which shall be paid on a quarterly basis with the first payment due on April 15th.
After, on a quarterly basis, just add the words on the 15th of the following month.
Right, okay. Should we keep in unless otherwise ordered, or?
No, because we're now ordering otherwise.
Okay. Sorry. And then the second sentence will read, petitioner shall pay excess emission fees based on the daily fuel consumption in each of the 5 internal combustion engines, and then in parentheses, ICEs, multiplied by an emission factor for each ICE that is derived from the difference between the Rule 1110.2 emission limits in effect prior to January 1st, 2019, and the limits in effect on and after January 1st, 2019. The second sentence.
Is it okay if we just go back on and review it?
I can read it one
Okay,
more
go
time.
ahead.
I can. Sure. Petitioner shall pay excess emission fees based on the daily fuel consumption in each of the 5 internal combustion engines, or ICEs, multiplied by an emission factor for each ICE that is derived from the difference between the Rule 1110.2 emission limits in effect prior to January 1st, 2019, and the limits in effect on and after January 1st, 2019.
Is it a clarification of what was just said? Because I'm still in the middle of my motion.
No, this is a new admission. You mentioned what the
Still in the middle of the motion. We'll discuss that after let me finish the motion. Okay. I further move that we adopt the increments of progress on exhibit number 11, with the exception that we are making a change to what is A subsection 9, and again, Ms. Honeysucker is going to read it into the record.
Okay, I may need some help filling in the gaps on this one, as I was writing fast. So, the department shall submit at the close of each quarter a written status.
On the 15th of the following month. I'll just jump in.
Yes. Shall submit on the 15th.
No, at the close of each quarter on the 15th of the following month, a written status update.
Presenting evidence of its continued progress to date, and present an updated schedule that demonstrates rule compliance by the expiration date of the regular variance. Second sentence, should the district have questions regarding the update, the department shall make itself available for a meeting with district staff.
And I'm sorry, with a status update, I think we should add beginning on April 15, 2019.
Okay.
Okay, and excess emissions.
Madam Chair, I had a clarification on number 3 and number 4. The flare replacement, I think it's flares, because I think in the proposed variance condition also referred to flares. I think they're going to replace the existing flare with the .06 and then later with the .025.
You talking about subsection 3?
3, yeah,
But you mean flare replacement project?
right.
Does it need to be flares? It's a project.
Yeah, because it doesn't say how many flares or whatever, It's a single flare. Because on the condition number 4, it says, and I think we need to clarify that too, because saying it's a .025 flare project doesn't, I think we probably should put the units, there's so many pounds per million BTU for NOx, so it's very specific, because there's no such thing as I think you've identified it as a .025 flare, and we all know what it is, but just to make it clearer, what that .025 without subsequent units doesn't make any sense, So we may want to say permitting for the NOx limit of 0.025 pounds per million BTU flare. Just to be clearer, that's all.
The department does not have an issue with that addition.
The district doesn't have any issue with that addition either.
Okay, so we're just adding for the NOx,
0.25 pounds per million BTU.
per billion BTU. Okay, so NOx goes before 0.025? Or after BTU?
No, NOx, before, sorry.
So for the NOx 0.025 pounds per billion BTU flare project?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so my motion will include that amendment to A4 of the increments of progress found on exhibit number 11. And excess emissions, I'm a bit befuddled by.
I think we'll leave it for district staff to work with.
Yes, but I will say it's to be determined, but I like to give a, would it be,
We could refer to exhibit number 14.
can I say, I'm going to say, to be determined, however, estimated to be 2.15 pounds per hour NOx. God, I really can't read. 88.83? 63. 88.63 pounds per hour CO and 6.25 pounds per hour VOC. That completes my motion. No. Yes, it completes my motion, and we will fix it. Is there a second before we fix? Does anyone second the motion?
Just on the emissions you cited, the excess emission, I think it's instead of 2.15, it's 0.51.
Okay. Okay. We will fix excess emissions in a moment. Can I get a second to the motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, the motion has been seconded. Now we'll have discussion on the motion. I was very confused, I have to be honest. I thought I understood the testimony to be that the excess emissions were what I just read, then they were changed during the testimony. So I'm confused. I have to be honest.
I think we also heard testimony from Mr. Moon too, that the excess emission based on after January 1, 2019, based on the rule limit, is what they provided in the third column, and that would be pounds per day of NOx 11.3, CO 75.79, and VOC of 13.08.
I understood that to be based on the source test.
No, using
data.
the data, emission factor based on the flow rate and the emission factor based on the source test. But that's the basis for the calculations that. But the subtraction from the baseline is based on the rule limit, not the permit limit.
Okay. I think that the excess emissions calculation is very clearly stated now in the new condition number 9. And so I am going to leave my motion standing. It has no bearing other than to alert the public as to what is the estimated excess emissions. So I'm going to leave it at what I just stated, but to leave it at to be determined, and it will be based on the calculation as is set forth in condition 9 of Exhibit A, which are the conditions that have been included in the motion, and I see general assent. Senator has some
The
discussion.
motion you began by mentioning 1110.2F. I recall hearing that, and also you mentioned H. So what was that? And I'm looking at page 29 and page 31, where you might have referred to that section, if that being the case.
Do you want me to go over all the rule sections again?
No, not all of it, just F. What part of F do you refer to?
Okay. Well, I'm gonna not refine it any further. I'm gonna go with what I said during the motion because I don't know that I can be that clear again. But it is, I'm just gonna, for your clarification, it's rule section 1110.2 F1C Romanet 2, and with the clarifications that I stated during my motion.
Okay.
And then
H.
It's also F1D, Romanet 3, similarly with the clarifications as were stated. And Rule 1110.2, F1H, I think it's 1, Romanet 1, with the same clarifications. Does that make clear? Is that clear? Okay. Any other discussion on the motion? Okay. Senator, how do you vote?
Aye.
How do you vote, Dr. Lerner?
Yes.
Ms. Byrd, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Balago-Polon?
Yes.
I vote yes. Motion passes 5-0. And thank you for a very clear presentation. I know it's very complicated, but, and maybe we didn't have quite a lot of understanding, but the PowerPoint was excellent and helped aid in the understanding, so thank you very much. Okay, board members, let's take a short, maybe 5-minute break if that's okay, so I can just pass out. We have only one item on our general meeting, and we have one handout for that. So we'll take maybe 5 minutes to do that. So we'll go off the record. We're off the record.